Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's in a weird spot between afternoon and evening right now, so I'll forgive myself for starting with afternoon. But it is 6 p.m. Central Time, 7 p.m. Eastern, and that means Tuesday Night Lights is back for another week. It's the second episode of this series. Had a phenomenal start last week with some SEL versus Great Lakes action, and it was a really fun night. I enjoyed the first edition of Tuesday Night Lights, but now it's time to get bigger and better. We got Summer Series qualifier rematches. We got actual Summer Series teams playing tonight. We got Kennesaw State back on the docket. That was a popular team the last time they played on Monday Night Lights. We got a packed night. 4 best-of-7 show matches this evening, and it's gonna be fun. I'm by myself for the first two, so you're stuck with just me manning the ship for our first 2 best-of-7s, but Kev Dog and Sleeper 56 will be popping in a little bit later on tonight. But first, I'll pop the schedule up there, which I just realized is not updated, so give me just 1 second to click around my files and put the Tuesday Night Lights schedule up. There we go. 7 p.m. Eastern Time. First up on the docket tonight is Florida International, and I know there are a lot of you in chat that already knew that. I am hyped to see the FIU fans already vigilant and ready to watch their team take on Mount Aloysius. Not Aloysius, Mount Aloysius. Zeckers and the gang will be returning for another Night Lights appearance. Last we saw them, they played Montevallo. It went to Game 7, and I think the final score of that Game 7 was like 8-6. Mount Aloysius came up just short in that one. So, but a redemption for them tonight against FIU in more ways than just the Game 7 loss in the last Night Lights appearance that they had. As in the Summer Series qualifier, I forget which one it was, if it was number 1 or number 2. Let me confirm that. Open qualifier number 1. They played the FIU varsity roster in, it was like a round 3 lower bracket match, I believe. And they lost. They got swept in a best of 3. So 2-0. Games were fairly close. And FIU varsity won there. And then Mount Aloysius in the next qualifier played FIU's B team in a very similar spot, and they won that one in 3 games. So interesting that FIU and Mount Aloysius have matched up very recently with the Mounties getting both sides of the FIU Rocket League coin. I'm excited, and thank you for the posture check in chat. We'll sit up for you. I got the suit jacket on tonight. I got my Beyond Ranked shirt. If there's anyone in chat that knows what Beyond Ranked is, then I will give you some kind of reward. That would be impressive. Somber might know. I see Somber's in chat. I don't remember if you were casting with that Beyond Ranked and Indie Gaming League crew, Somber, but it's an OG defunct org, and I think I decided today that I'm gonna start collecting defunct org and just community things. Because I got a Beyond Ranked shirt, I've got a version 1 shirt that's very defunct. Trying to think what else I might have in terms of esports. I don't know. I think that's something I'm gonna start collecting, but no, Beyond Ranked is an old casting platform, but if you're plat, then I think about half the Rocket League community is beyond your ranked, so that might be the case for you, Hyperion. Also, you're saying that you taught Zernite everything that he knows, and you're plat. I don't know how much I believe you. Like, you're starting to contradict yourself a little bit. What's up, Joe? Yeah, Mount Aloysius is here. But I to the rest of the schedule, I got kind of distracted in the middle of talking about this first matchup. But here's the rest of the docket. East Tennessee University is playing George Mason at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. That one should be a banger. A couple of teams that looked good in my Final Form sponsored Monday Night Lights tournaments. George Mason made it to a grand finals, lost to Siena Heights, I believe. I'll have to check up on that. I don't remember off the top of my head. But then, Bruton Parker, a team that absolutely won one of my Final Form sponsored Monday Night Lights tournaments, as they took down Siena Heights, I know, in the grand finals. Playing Shawnee State, another summer series team. And Bruton Parker's playing with a bit of a different roster, as they will be Antics, Manny, and Milk going into the fall semester. But tonight, it's going to be Kyler, Manny, and Sino as the trio. But the Barons have such a deep program, I am not worried about their chances against the Shawnee State Bears. And then Kennesaw State and Clemson are going to round out the night for us. A matchup just across the border, South Carolina versus Georgia. I'm eager to watch Clemson take the pitch. I've not watched them since the CCS, I think, Season 3 playoffs. And I mean, we saw Kennesaw State a couple of weeks ago on Monday Night Lights, and they beat Kentucky, I believe, in Game 6 of a best-of-7. So they're looking to keep their undefeated Night Lights appearance streak going. We'll see how they do. I see TJ's in chat as well. Joe Bros saying Mount Aloysius is D1 Yappers. All right, more FIU fans to be expected. And your boy Q's in chat. When did we start letting celebrities into the Bepic Twitch chat? How you doing, Q? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, Clemson is good. I think you take KSU in that one. Ooh, I think I have the opposite, Sombra. I think KSU is good, but I think I would back Clemson. Sorry, we got a requested map change. I was gonna start on Sovereign Heights tonight. It's funny, I never use Sovereign Heights in my Night Lights map rotation, but I decided to tonight, and apparently that is not good for frames for some people. So we're going back to the classic Utopia Coliseum Dusk for series number 1 tonight. All right, what else we got in Twitch chat? Somber's tanking someone's 3's elo. Fair enough. TJ's got Clemson. I'm with you right there. No, it's the old roster. It's Mesau, Canovo, and Wheezy, TJ. I've been doing well, Q. Thanks for asking. You too, my man. I see you all over the place. Payne, is it hard being a solo commentator? That is a good question. I think it depends, honestly. I started in solo commentary. What I like the Beyond Rank thing I was talking about. I started because I was involved with the Indie Gaming League a long time ago, and that was a solo casting venture on my stream. Like this is basically what I used to do when I was first starting out with casting. So I've been trained in the solo casting fire, and so I think I'm alright with it, but it can be difficult if you're used to casting with a partner. But I have fun with it. I don't know, KevDog, if you are watching, Zekers has already asked where his goat Kev is. He's sad about that. But alright. I'm going to let him know to join up so we get this night of Tuesday Rocket League underway. Second episode of the new fall semester. Let's make it a good one. Mount Aloysius in blue, Florida International in orange. And oh dear, Zernite, I apologize. Oh no. He was following me. And I told him to join. And alright, that's on me. Zernite was following me on Twitch, and he was not ready for me telling everybody to start the match. So Mount Aloysius is going to start off with a goal, and I'll consider that a donation from Florida International. I got the Zernite follow, but they conceded the opening goal. Fair enough. Hyperion taken, thank you for the follow, or for the subscription, as well as the follow earlier. Much appreciated. And FIU's got it right back. So there you go. That's a subscription buff right there. Most of you probably don't know this, but if you do subscribe to the channel, your team will score a goal on stream. If they're playing on stream, obviously if they're not playing on stream, it'll be a little bit difficult. I'm sure they'll score a goal at some point though. But that's the buff right there. 1-1. Mount Aloysius kind of giving that one back a little bit. I think it was either Zekers or Rupus that had a poor touch out to the side, and FAU was kind of all over it. But now I think we've settled in. 45 seconds into game one, and we're going back and forth, fight for some possession here. This is in a bit of a tough spot. It's a stop ball down the sideline. That's well. Even gets the ball past a couple of orange cars right there. Zekers, though, really beaten by no grav. Guys into the back walls, testing Tevos's goal line presence. And FIU, so far, look the cleaner of the two teams, which I think is to be expected. I knew coming into this that Mount Aloysius, I think they're the underdogs in this best of 7. They have the experience. At least Zekers does. I think it was still... No, Zekers and Rupus do. I think Civ was their third in the pair of Summer Series qualifiers that they played. But the fact that they've got experience against FIU, I'm hoping helps them along here. But at the moment, the sluggish start, and Zernite is nearly taking the lead for FIU in game one here. They have all the pressure at the moment. They still have yet to find that second goal. The Mounties are holding on for dear life at the moment. Need a clear, need a substantial clear. They've gotten the ball over the midfield line a couple of times, but that is finally the clear they were looking for. No grav. Made a meal of that play on the goal line. It wasn't easy to stop that ball, but got it out to the side just enough that their teammate could move in and help them out. Panthers, another clear. Setting up possession once again in the Mounties end. Tevos is awkward, and that is easy for Zernite to place the ball around the final goal line defender of Mount Aloysius. And again, it's just an awkward ball into the infield that FIU is able to take from Mount Aloysius and turn into a goal. Gotta be a bit more careful the Mounties do at the moment when it comes to their goal line play. When they're getting the ball out to the corners, out to the sidewalls, they're doing fine. But when the rock is leaking out mid, they are being put in tough spots. Still, only got a goal though. Benefit of the Zernite follow goal that the Mounties found earlier. This is awkward though. 2 players having to hop for that, and a low boost Tevos. Haven't played that ball lightly out to the side. Panthers controlling things heavily. But to the credit of Mount Aloysius, they have been surviving. This will be tough though. No grab has room. He's gotten through Rupus and a couple of resets in hand, but on the goal line. Get the ball at the side where Kaizen was waiting with outstretched arms. That is an easy steal on the side wall, and well, at least it wasn't a leaked clear out mid Florida National scored off the back of. But Mounties not home on the goal line there. Florida International heads up Rocket League. Prepared for that eventuality. Don't be prepared for this. Rupus has a light carry for the orange end. We'll see what the Mounties can build off the back of this. Build was actually an open net that Zekers couldn't get around on. Missed opportunity there for Mount Aloysius. Zernite tried to punish them for it. That was on target, but Tevos save as Zekers did right there. Rupus, no follow-up, and so Zernite can try again. He goes back wall now, looking for the double. The ball hangs on the goal line and is kept out. No grab will try in the rebound opportunity and sets up Kaizen. Florida International on a tear at the moment. 4 straight goals after giving up the first one. That was a heater. Top right. Oh, good call, Somber. I appreciate that. It's always when I'm ready early that something's wrong. Here we go. Tuesday Night Lights. This is not a high school showcase. And I suppose neither team has university or college in their name on the overlay. So if you are not a very astute viewer, I don't blame you for thinking it might still be the high school showcase. Sommer's on it. Thank you very much. Like that touch. Tevos out mid. Didn't have a teammate there, unfortunately, though. But Mount Aloysius is going to have to try a little bit more in offense, as they were stuffed in game 1. FIU was suffocating from front to back in this one. 78% field domination. That's a number that'll have to come down. I think if Mount Aloysius is going to get themselves back in this best of 7, but it is the benefit of a longer series. Something you always got to bring up while we're playing in this format. FIU, keep it together. There were times in the CCS season, which albeit is the little bit of familiarity I have with FIU. They won their conference, but they did drop a random series to Louisiana Tech in the middle of this season. So they aren't immune to dropping unexpected games, unexpected series. So here, one game, good start. Very good start, actually. 14 shots to 2. Yeah, that's Florida International looking pretty dominant early on here. And that first goal from Mount Aloysius as well came in the first 10 seconds of the game. So they need some improvement going into game 2. We'll see what they get as FIU. If they can keep control of the ball like they had all throughout that first 5 minutes, then it is smooth sailing for the Panthers tonight. But it's Tevos. All right, I appreciate that. I realized I didn't ask Zekers for pronunciation, but it's Tevos outside looking in as Zekers makes some magic happen. And again, the Mounties find themselves a goal in the first 10 or so seconds of a game and will lead early on. What a touch out of Zekers to put that ball mid for Rupus. And all right, maybe that is the improvement that Mount Aloysius needed. Give Zekers some space to do with it, but now that he is alone in defense, being chased down, I suppose he's still doing just as well on the goal line. Brilliant save, and FIU will stay down a goal for the moment. Nearly making it to Zernite. Used his noggin, put the ball at the side there, but that was nothing if not precarious. Mounties, I don't know what has changed between game 1 and 2, but they've come out here with some sort of ferocity that we did not see to open things up. But that is a miss and an open net. And ferocity can only get you so far. Gotta make proper defensive touches as well. Tough free for Rufus. No grab is there on the cleanup. Easy does it. FIU negates the good start for the Mounties. And this is kind of following the same scoring pattern game 1 did. Mount Aloysius get their first goal in the first 10 seconds or so. And FIU just don't look back. Keep on moving ahead. Score not too long later and look to add to it now. So kind of control Zekers has off the back wall. Guys didn't realize they didn't have much, so counts there as the first man. T-Boss and Rufus able to combine for a pass out. That's a short-lived offensive possession as now FIU again have themselves a chance. The back wall is exposed for the Mounties. But nice goal line defense. Got the ball away momentarily. Shot here from Nograv. Goes high and Zernite forced to wait. Zekers was on the scene before him, though. His patience nearly pays off. Kind of was found in the infield. FIU having a bit tougher time capitalizing on their opportunities this game than the previous. It's not just shot after shot after shot here. Mount Aloysius is doing a decent job of getting clears in the mix as well, not just saves, though that was anything but. Rufus, I think, was trying to double that ball off the corner, keep it in the corner. Instead, he missed the read. Give FIU possession that they're trying to turn into a go-ahead goal, and we're not able to do so in any instance right there. T-Boss, about to put a ball mid. No grab. Precarious on his near post. Pinches it out. Scaring me thinking he's going to pinch it in right there. Oh, but here we go. That's always a dangerous spot. Mount Aloysius trying to go infield with it. I dig that. T-Boss giving Zekers some room, but no boost. He's going to hit it hard to the back wall, but it might work out here. Rufus dumps the ball mid. Zekers had no boost, so T-Boss had to play that ball at the corner. Mount Aloysius, sorry. Trying to gain control now, but Kai's a player behind the ball. He is stopped. Goal line, Zekers finds his third save of the game. No grab, looking mid. Kaizen's there. The shot, a little bit light, and it baits Rufus and Zekers both out, putting Zernite in an awkward spot. He misses, but gets back off the back wall for a brilliant save. Coming up, clutches Zernite. That save sets up Kaizen for a go-ahead goal. A minute 20 left, and FIU have been trying to find that goal for so long, and it finally comes by way of a big dunk in the midfield. Rufus, flip reset just to carry. Works no grab's favor. Now he can play that ball up high, or a low boost. Zekers did fairly well with the resources he had, but couldn't control the ball, and so FIU's given more space in offense, and it's Mount Aloysius at the moment that need time spent on the offensive side of the ball, but they really do not have anything in the tank. T-Boss out to the side. Have that ball intercepted by Kaizen. Takes a 50 with Zekers. Is unsuccessful in winning it. He passes it out to the side. Zekers found Rufus, but his chip shot is blocked on the goal line. FIU, good defense. And now into more offensive time wasting. 30 seconds now, but Zekers opportunity. It's credited with a shot and possession for his team, but grab save. Keep the FIU lead intact for now. Now or never for the Mounties in game 2. 20 seconds here in regulation. T-Boss just kind of tapped that ball over towards Zernite. Will miss the double off the sidewall, but that forced Mount Aloysius to hold back a second. And once they saw the miss, they bet on nobody else being there for FIU. That is an easy goal for no grab. And FIU had to work for it in game 2. It was not as smooth as our first 5-minute game was, but Panthers found the game win at the end of the day, though. There's still time. Rufus missed the ball, unfortunately. Could have given Mount Aloysius maybe a last gasp at taking game 2, but no such luck for the Mounties. 3-1 is the final for FIU to take a 2-0 series lead. And again, similar shot count for the Panthers at the very least. 12 in this one, putting up good numbers while holding the Mounties. I mean, 7 is very much improved from game 1, but still not quite at the same level of possession. And Zekers, I don't know if you all caught that, made 6 saves, just beating out Zernite for the highest save count in the lobby. 6 for Zekers, 5 for Zernite. The two captains putting up numbers, both around the 650 point mark, and that's what it feels like right now. If the Mounties are going to get going here against a so far more complete FIU team, they need Zekers to lead the charge. He has at times. There he is again, making his presence known. As I am sure that Zernite was eager to put that ball in the back of the net. Get it to go, though. Mounties starting to set something up. Rufus and Zekers a little bit tangled up. Made that possession a little bit longer. FIU, though, given a gap, and they take it. No grab. Second touch. Gets the ball mid. T-Voss. 50 with FIU, and the Mounties off the back of that find a way out. Zekers and Rufus moving up together, and Rufus, the full boost tank, centers that for T-Voss. I don't know how much T-Voss knew about it. Kaizen now goes back wall, but Zekers is there. So Zernite Pushed backwards along with no grab. They'll let no grab try and take control, but Rufus takes it away and almost in a brilliant play into an opening goal for Mount Aloysius. Eisen mid, setting up no grab for a finisher to give FIU their first opening goal of this best of 7. That was a clean touch. It's simple but effective. Use your momentum on the back wall to pop that ball mid, and there you go. As long as you got a teammate there, it's more than likely a goal. As long as that near side defender doesn't have inhumane reactions. And now again, FIU in a great spot to find another. Kaizen making it 2-0. And after the Mounties looked so good in game 2, making it close. Struggling a bit right now. Florida International continuing to look the part of the favorites. Zekers. That's a clean beat. Okay. What a touch there off the sidewall. Kind of pre-flipped into that. And that was enough to get through no grab. Good goal to get the Mounties back within 1. And I see your hydrate, Leighton. Also, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in. I'm glad you got to catch a TNL. And here, I'll make sure you can hear the sip on stream. I know it's been a complaint in the past, people redeeming the hydrate. Here you go. Hopefully that wasn't too ASMR-ish. Oh, E-Boss almost found one back. Mount Aloysius really doing well of controlling the midfield line at the moment. What can they do with it? Zekers is going to try and dish it, and that dish sets up T-Boss for a finish that has us level. It's, at times, looking like FIU is going to find a way to just completely run away with things, but Mount Aloysius finding ways to stay competitive. I think so far FIU really has looked the more complete of the two teams. More consistent as well. As you don't see those big mistakes out of the Panthers that so far we have seen a lot of out of the Mounties. Just those back wall misreads, back wall misses, whiffs in the defensive zone, offensive zone, whatever it might be. FIU have been the more consistent team at avoiding those. But we are tied right now at the halfway point. T-Boss take a lead for Mount Aloysius, but is not interested. We'll get down the pitch, bump Zekers, give Kaizen some room here. Fortunately for Kaizen, that touch only finds the ball's way into Mount Aloysius' hands. That was a dangerous counterattack that didn't quite meet the mark. So Zernite will try to get down this same sideline. A little bit of deja vu here for FIU. Deja vu will continue as Mount Aloysius is given more possession out of that FIU counterattack, though the Panthers putting together one of their own. Ball off the corner of the Mounties' net. Mount Aloysius dodging a bullet right there, but FIU's not done. Kaizen plugging that ball center. More opportunities for the Panthers. Telegraph couldn't commit there. There were two blue cars in the area on the goal line. They'll try and set something up. Gets the ball mid. Kaizen cuts the ball back. It's 2 to jump for Mount Aloysius. This is a full boost. FIU, as far as full boost in the offensive zone gets at the very least. Plenty on the Panthers' side. This is a big opportunity for them to take their lead back. With 60 seconds left, we're pretty much in silver goal territory. But the Mounties looking to survive that last bout. Still have to get back here. Zernite, big dunk. Just shy of being on frame again. Rupus, no boost, no problem. Finds Zekers down the pitch, and his touch flings off the back wall. Rupus will now set up T-Boss for some possession. That'll beat the first challenger of FIU, but that ball falls into No Grab's hands. He'll carry, looking to carry the length of the pitch, goes off the ceiling. It's contested by Zekers, however. Keep going back and forth now. Zernite's even been beaten. Yes, he has! Over Zernite's head. Zekers finds a way to put Mount Aloysius up front. 26 seconds to go, and the Mounties lead here. Oh, and it's T-Vos? That's my bad. I apologize. I've called him 3 different names now. T-Vos, if you're watching this back, you gotta play on my screen more. I'll get it right next time. The T-Vos has been demoed. FIU, they say his name as they are trying to tie us up in regulation. That was almost a crazy third goal. It still might yet be. T-Vos was last back, but FIU couldn't keep the ball up, and Mount Aloysius will make this a series. Again, being outshot by FIU, but finding a way to keep it close. Oh, I should have readied up so soon. I wanted to see those stats a little bit, but it's all right. 6 shots to 8. That's the one I got. FIU still the more productive of the 2 teams in offense, which makes sense. But the Mounties, 3 goals in a row. They strung together to make that a come from behind game 1 on the board for them. T-Vos out to Rupus. Just put a missile straight on net. Good block by Kaizen. Rewarded that defensive effort. Now a play off the back wall of Mount Aloysius. It's a 50, but Zekers on top of it. Now be given a good opportunity to score and take full advantage. Who was that up front blocking for him? Rupus out of that 50. That sent the ball careening off the side wall. Stays in the play. Doesn't rotate back after getting the opportunity to. I mean, he could have easily taken that right side midfield boost and just sat behind T-Vos. But he stayed involved, got a goal for the Mounties, and FIU will answer immediately after they lost the opening goal of Game 4. That is just a beautiful challenge taken by Kaizen. No grab was ready for it. We'll get ourselves all level. Rupus gets no grab onto the dunk, but no grab succeeded. The ball away from his back wall to a teammate's hands, but T-Vos broke up. It would have been a nice passing play. Still no grab, staying involved here. Taking a couple of challenges. 50-50 Rocket League at the moment. Has full control. This could change that. Kaizen backs off, but is still challenged by a Mountie. Gets the ball mid. No grab with aerospace superiority. Sets up Kaizen. That duo has been working hard tonight. That little doink to no grab. And then Kaizen sticks around even after setting the play up. That's beautiful. Beautiful team play out of Florida International. And it even elicited a nice pass in the chat as well. T-Vos though, double tap will set up somebody, anybody from Mount Aloysius, but nobody was there. And Kaizen off the back wall makes a great save. No grab, in and out, makes another phenomenal block. Are you kidding me? If I'm the Mounties right now, I'm feeling pretty hard done by Rocket League at the moment, though. You don't have time to keep feeling that way. Get back on your work course. Find an equalizer after FIU strung together some defensive brilliance. Zekers. It's a double, but the corner. That might work out. FIU had the ball kept away from them for a while right there. Got sucked all into the corner, though. Boss did have to back all the way off to fuel up on boost. Does well to at least give Mount Aloysius a chance to keep possession. Those Zekers off the sidewall won't find an extra touch. That means an opportunity now for the Panthers to add to their 1-goal lead. Grab has room thanks to a demo from Kaizen. They look for Zernite now. Zekers again on the back wall. A very good job in that position. Every game in this best of 7 so far. So he's got no boost here. Needs T-Boss. As well. Good clear into space. Zernite pops this up, though, for his teammate. T-Boss gets in that passing lane. Some Zekers for a solo play opportunity. Couldn't flick it, though. Eisen was first on the scene. Aloysius getting closer and closer. Finding that second goal and tying us up again. Little drive-by for Zekers there. Gives T-Boss an opportunity to display his mechanical brilliance. That was a nice musty to set up Zekers and Rupus. Again, FIU finding every single block that they need to keep themselves in front. Almost push themselves further out in front. Good pass. Mount Aloysius is at home on the goal line at the moment. That's a miss. Rupus out to the side, sets up Zekers for a double. Zekers finds the back of the FIU net. And you bet we're tied at 2 apiece again. Never say never for Mount Aloysius. They keep on knocking at that orange doorstep. Even now, they've tied us up. That's not enough. FIU still have to work on their goal line. Work they will. No grab and Kaizen working in tandem. Get the ball at the very least to the midfield line. Rupus dunked there, but T-Voss still allowed a shot and a go-ahead goal with 61 seconds left in Game 4. Zekers was telling me earlier in the week when I was setting up this show match that this is not the starting roster for Mount Aloysius in the fall. But what it is a representation of their depth. They're competing against a very good FIU team, and they have nearly leveled the series up, but they are not out of the woods just yet. No grab. Flip reset play. Almost got the ball on target. That one was, I believe, a little bit high, but count for a shot for Kaizen nonetheless. Set up no grab for a rebound opportunity. Zekers contested in his own corner. Plays patiently. Gets the ball away. T-Voss. Dunked by no grab. Is that net open? It is. A demo set it up, but Rupus stopped the play for now. Zekers gets back as well. And no grab will try again. Flip reset. Merchant gets the ball to Zernite. 50's the ball mid for Kaizen. Can't recover out of that little clip that he suffered at the beginning of that play. And Mount Aloysius clear. It'll have to happen now. More than likely on 0 seconds if FIU is going to tie us up. Send us to an OT. And they've got agency. Zernite. Corner read. Does he have it? He's got it mid. But T-Voss finds a save. And gets Mount Aloysius over the goal line. Over the finish line. And we're tied up 2-2. Are you not entertained? What a way to start off Tuesday Night Lights. I'll admit I was a little concerned when Mount Aloysius came in as the underdogs when they had just been swept in Summer Series quals by this same FIU team. I was worried. They dropped the first 2 games. I was still worried. But man, have they shown some resolve. They've strung together 2 in a row now. And FIU fans, you better start getting a bit louder in Twitch chat because they're going to need your support. Got to recover in Game 5. You don't want to drop 3 games in a row. Never a good feeling. I don't care who you are. The Mounties are starting off with speed in offense. A center ball to Zekers. He's creative about getting the ball around defenders, but couldn't do it that time around. On the counterattack that Rupus had to dive back to get in the way of. It's still going. Transition to offense successful. Gives Zernite a shot, but Zekers at home on the goal line finds a save and a goal. What? Kaizen was 2 drops of boost short of making this read. Oh, and he had time to play that slow as well. Popped up and didn't keep track of the amount of boost he had. Just very slightly miscalculated. And the Mounties will lead. T-Boss mid. Just couldn't bite on it, didn't have the boost. T-Boss has now, stealing that in the corner. FIU find themselves a clear. Get no grab the ball and, well, lose Zernite for a moment. We put in purgatory for a second. FIU will maintain possession here. It's a good opportunity for them to get some momentum back on their side. Kaizen flip reset, ball to the back wall, and Rufus couldn't keep a hold of his car, giving Zernite an easy cleanup. And FIU will bite back. Still 4 minutes left to play in Game 5. T-Boss on the balls, contested by No Grav. FIU's trying to make Mount Aloysius give them the ball for free out of their corner. That might be it. No Grav realized that shot wasn't on target, and Rufus would likely be able to control it. So the situation into his own hands, but Mount Aloysius good in counterattack mode. Zekers just set up Rufus for a fairly easy cleanup, and the Mounties are back out in front. Just looks panicked at times for FIU. When they have to get back against a couple of Mounties moving forward kind of down Main Street. I mean, No Grav played that ball a little awkwardly. And forced to do so somewhat by Zekers looking for a bump, but think back to the Kaizen miss. Gave up the first goal in this game. FIU just looked unsettled. More composure there. It's a nice shot from Zernite, but couldn't get the read on that one. Kaizen will try and salvage it, but Zekers has now 100 boost and a teammate downfield. Rufus, one touch. Rufus a second. Denied by the crossbar. T-Boss in cleanup duty. Be unsuccessful in finding a third goal for the Mounties. FIU get the ball up in the air. Deep into Mount Aloysius territory. What was an FIU advantage, I think, heftily in the first couple of games has turned into a much more equal fight, I think, in the aerospace. But FIU still find a way to get it done. They are still brilliant at times up in the air. That ball was kept above the Mount Aloysius crossbar for a while. And Florida International kind of flipped the goal line on the Mounties. Went from near side to far side, right back to that other post. Spread the defense thin. T-Boss will look to get it back, going back wall here. As a teammate in the area, Zach jumped early for that. So Rufus has to buy some time for his teammates. Does fairly well. T-Boss won't commit, No Grav. Too speedy. Could feel like he could dive in for that ball. Oh, that's double miss. FIU. They had an opportunity right there that I don't think they were betting on. With two Mounties diving for a ball and both missing it. Zekers, not by the third man. Zernite just through the zone. 100 seconds left. Tied up at 2. FIU's looking to jump out in front. Nice testing shot. A little bit high. That's a much better one. It's easier. Zernite out in front of the Mounties net. Set up by Kaizen. And Zekers got bumped right there, just a little bit. I couldn't tell on the replay if there was a car underneath him, but it seemed like he lost just a little bit of momentum, meaning he couldn't control that ball on the back wall and instead had to hit it mid. Zernite was ready for that. I don't know. Interesting right there. If there are any nerds that are curious, I think all these replays will be on my ball chasing a little bit later. The Mounties now down a goal with 75 seconds left. And counting down quickly. FIU. See how they protect this late lead. They've not been in this position in a minute. The Mounties have been the team either tying things up or taking leads in the final 60 seconds. This is a good opportunity, but No Grav is there on the near side. Keep control, though. Set up a counterattack. Zernite will push back on the Mounties' offensive. Zekers up in the air, testing no grab. He's been good in this kind of position in this series. That time with no grabs, turned to emerge victorious. That is awkward. T-Boss might have taken a ball away from Zekers. Who eventually did get an opportunity on it. Missed out on it himself. Oops, will try and salvage things. FIU, though, will flip the field. That was a big opportunity for Mount Aloysius. Now they have to play in defense. See if they can earn another opportunity in regulation here in Game 5. Off the sidewall, no grab. Playing time waster here. Centering it. Good FIU opportunity, but it now gives Mount Aloysius a chance here. T-Boss, though, no boost still. Gets that ball mid. Lupus will move up, setting up Zekers for a shot. No way, right? No way! No grab! Saving things on the goal line and securing match point for FIU. It got hairy there at the end, but the Panthers have a game win to go. Mount Aloysius did not make it an easy affair. I mean, still, FIU, every single game, except for Game 4, they have outshot the Mounties. But weren't making the saves that they previously had. Zekers seems to be a kryptonite for FIU in counterattack mode. When he's on the ball, streaking down the field, it's gotten scary for the Panthers. But FIU is the team on match point here, trying to ride the wave of a fast start to this set to a victory on Tuesday Night Lights. No grab now with 30 boosts, looking mid, but Zernite was sent halfway into next week. He's already previewing next week's Tuesday Night Lights. But the Mounties are still here, still making their presence known as Rupus puts in the opening goal of Game 6. Look at that flash from Zekers. The Mounties put everything in that counterattack. They trusted their workhorse of a team captain. And Zekers set him up for success. 1-1. Sorry, 1-0. FIU will try and make it 1-1. Can T-Boss get back to this? Yes. Wasn't confident, yes, but he did make it back for the block. Oral audio is bad. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to everybody that warned me when the audio was bad. You guys rock. FIU is tied up. And it was the FIU fans, I believe, that told me that. That's your reward right there. I tell you, it's the buff. You get your prime sub buff, where your team will score if you use your subscription, and you get your help Bepic overcome OBS's limitations buff. I'll need a shorter name for that one, I think, but the title works for now. FIU looking to add to the tied game state. Off the back wall, Zernite can't make contact. Blue Grab was hoping he found any kind of touchdown between blue cars. Now okay, now my audio's cooked. Fair enough. Mount Aloysius is scoring. I'll mute for a second. Hope that's a little bit better. I didn't even get to see the goal. I'm just gonna assume it was a nice one. And it makes, I mean, in transition, Mount Aloysius are continuing to find gaps in the FIU rotation. Now Zekers has some space. This guy's gonna be the first challenger here. He's bumped off the play. Mid ball, giving Rupus a chance to pass back to Zekers. No, pass to himself! Zekers bumped the last man! And Mount Aloysius now have a darn good chance to send us to Game 7. What an opening series tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And this is just the first of 4. We got George Mason and East Tennessee coming up next. That'll be a banger, but this one still is. FIU getting back on the board, cutting that Mounties lead in half. And that's just clean. That corner has been FIU's friend a lot tonight. They again beat Mount Aloysius on that near side and trust each other to put the ball at their feet. That's a good beat though. Zekker's got 3-1. Musty to the back wall. No way! Zekkers! He might have just peaked. There's 3.5 minutes left, but if that isn't an I'm going to Game 7 type of goal, I don't know what is. Someone clip that, please. FIU is going to try and negate it, but that's going to be a tough goal to negate. So the Panthers are a team that can. They will attack as a unit. No grab up ahead trying to bump Rupis, who recovers out of it. Tries to get the ball free, but Zernite has set up. No grab, who missed? Oh, he placed it short of being on target. Kaiser's going to try and salvage the play. Flip reset past one, but not past Zekkers. He'll beat no grab on the side wall, leaving Zernite in an awkward spot. He can't double. Zekkers, a much easier shot that time around, but this time FIU was back in defense. The Mounties have reclaimed possession and will look to waste more clock. Like, I feel like, genuinely, if you're Rupis and T-Boss right now, sorry, habit. You're winning this game just to give Zekkers Game 7. Here he is again. T-Vos got the assist with a beat just outside the orange box. And how does Zekkers read that? He is having himself a game. I don't know. If you're an FIU fan, if I was an FIU fan, I couldn't help but just root for Mount Aloysius to, at the bare minimum, force Game 7 right here. Because they are playing like their lives freaking depend on it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 5-2. A 3-goal lead in the final 2 minutes is very nice. Rupis will try to make it 4, but just missed. FIU giving a bit more life. Until they weren't. Nice pass, Zekkers. Rupis, I'm sure, thanking his teammate for this one. He just laid that perfectly. I mean, a little bit heavier of a hit. Takes longer for Rupis to get to that. His shot maybe gets blocked. If it's a little bit too far back, a difficult ball to put on frame. It's too far forward, the defender gets it. Perfect. That is perfect. Zekkers wants this. 90 seconds to go here. That's another brilliant touch from Zekkers. Double mid. Just don't know how he's getting these touches. It almost results in a goal. FIU will get back. Zernite look to solo this ball down the field. Has no grab up ahead. And Zekkers denying him. That was Kaizen up ahead, my mistake. Thought I saw the cute little orange fennec up the field, but not quite. That's a pretty reset. I swear, no grab gets resets like that in his sleep. Ooh, FIU's gonna get one back here. Making it a 3-goal game, which you typically don't see turn into game wins. You're down by 3 in the final 60 seconds of a game, but okay. It's possible. This some kickoff shenanigans with T-Vos. It's thrown right back in their faces. T-Vos, though. Nice recovery. Word. It really did just take Mount Aloysius a couple of games to get warmed up. Because, I mean, I feel much better now that they look good. To say they look bad in the first 2 games. Like, it was tough, them getting things started. A lot of whiffs, a lot of poor offense. Man, have they turned it around. You don't see that very often in teams. An ability to turn things around. Because it's not like FIU started just playing awful Rocket League. Yes, they've missed some opportunities this game, but they've been playing well still. They've been making Mount Aloysius work for it. And work for it the Mounties have. 6-4, probably the final. Even if it's 6-5, We're still going to Game 7. Can I get some 7 spammed in chat right now? For a good Game 7? Maybe in overtime? I don't know. We need the Rocket League gods on our side for that. We've had 3 one-goal games in this 7-game series. And I would love to see it made a 4th. But 13 shots to 11. The Mounties almost shooting 50% that game over FIU. Crazy. Crazy stuff. We'll see if they can do it again. Have to convert in Game 7. Win or go home. They're probably already home. Oh! Wake up! No grab. Making sure we're all alive. Yeah, no grab. We're good. What a doink. That is a doink by the definition. You look up doink in the dictionary, and that's what you get. The double jump, no flip, straight on net doink. Beautiful start for FIU. Now Kaizen and no grab will look to keep this beautiful start going. Zernite hustling in, taking a shot, following it himself. Sets up no grab for another. But Tivos will get up, find a save. Set up Rufus for a clear. Pass away. Zernite no grab. Combining for a stretch pass clear. Give them some more possession. With no grab in the corner. This is a dangerous spot for Mount Aloysius. They gotta be careful. Rufus, I don't know how he does it. He'll get tagged up by an FIU player and still somehow do what he's trying to do on the ball effectively. Block, no grab, making it happen in defense now. But Rufus still cutting that ball back mid. Zernite was prepared for that. 60 seconds have come and gone here. FIU looking to make the second minute of Game 7 just as good as the first. They'll put themselves up a pair. It's Kaizen and no grab, because of course it is. I'm just now seeing the Champions Field requests. Sorry, I keep it on the same map on Tuesday Night Lights. But hey, come on, Utopia Coliseum Dusk. That's another electric Coliseum. This is probably like number 3 on my list. Okay, maybe number 4 on my list for maps that just convey urgency. Manfield Night, Champions Field, obvious one. I think Neotopia as well. But Utopia Coliseum Dusk, one of my favorites. Oh, that's a big demo. Zernite can double this for a 3-0 lead. And the captain of FIU has had enough of this Mount Aloysius funny business. He wants this done early on in game number 7. FIU stepped up big time here. Mount Aloysius have completed 2-goal comeback so far in this series, but a 3-goal comeback has yet to happen for either side. A 4-goal comeback rarely happens just in competitive Rocket League in general. The Mounties need to step up soon. We've seen them solidify their gameplay in between games, but what has to happen in the middle of game 7. That was nearly the 4th for FIU. It still could be. Kaizen out to the side, will look to follow his own ball, but can't find it. Zernite is awkward now. Rufus is an open net, but Zernite cut that play down before it got too dangerous. Half a game of Rocket League left. The Mounties still are searching for something. Now Zekers has to be brilliant on the goal line. He is. Rufus has an open net. Can he catch up to it? Yes, he can. Zekers set him up. And Rufus, who was somehow just down the field, will finish that play off with a Mount Aloysius score. 1 down, 2 to go. He'll get that midfield boost. Take control. As Rupus moving up with him. They'll leave T-Bose in an awkward spot now. Eisen. Didn't take control of the ball. Banged it general direction. That kind of bailed the Mounties out. And now FIU's all kinds of awkward. Good heads-up bump by Zernite, but still tough defense needs to be played. Zernite misses that, and Rupus bet on it. The gamble pays off. Rupus sticks with his self-pass and nails the double tap to strike yet another blow to the jaws of FIU. "100 seconds left in Game 7. Rupus on frame. I think T-Bose was hounding Zernite right there. Has to be careful now. He's in a situation where No Grab had offensive agency and set up a shot. Rupus found the block, and now this is a good opportunity for T-Bose. He goes high with it. Kaizen had to come up with a big touch there on the back wall, but he does. T-Bose now cutting the ball around, but Kaizen again finding an important touch on the ball to keep the Mounties at bay. Is that on? It is, but T-Bose was there. The rebound from Kaizen isn't a double. Goes high. The rebound. No Grab went high with it. Zernite bet on the defense, letting that ball slip through. So now it's Zekers up ahead in counterattack mode, though. No Grab stops the ball for Zernite. T-Bose careful now. That's a redirection on frame, but Rupus is there on the goal line to stop FIU. But time is dwindling for Mount Aloysius. Just missed, though. Zekers downfield to Rupus. T-Bose had to turn around quickly. That ball will hang in the air. Kaizen's up for it quick. FIU lay another shot on target. They are putting up offensive numbers in Game 7, but still are only in the lead by 1. And we've seen how clutch Mount Aloysius can be. Zekers, can he beat Zernite? Not quite, but Rupus, can he beat Kaizen? Yes, he finds Zekers, who drops the ball down for T-Bose. Zekers back up. 2 went. In comes Rupus for a shot. He'll go high with it. It's too high. And FIU clear the zone. Zekers has been beaten. This is a good chance to end it for FIU. Rupus will try and keep it up, but FIU spike the ball. And they take the opening series of Tuesday Night Lights in Game 7 in as close a 7-game series you will see without us going to overtime. What an unbelievable way to kick off the night. Guys, that was phenomenal Rocket League. This is why I host Showmatches right here. That kind of series. Because you don't get that very often. Even if I was casting on someone else's stream, some other organization, you don't get that kind of set very often. But FIU and Mount Aloysius just provided us a gem of a Rocket League series. And we still got more Rocket League coming up. I mean, let me just, I'll straight up just change the caster booth in real time. We're going to George Mason versus East Tennessee next. I might not even, well, I probably should go to at least a quick break because I can't talk and set things up at the same time very easily. Why not no Champions Field for Game 7? Because Champions Field is reserved for my prime time series, which will be Bruton Parker versus Shawnee State tonight. But honestly, any series tonight I think is worthy of Champions Field. That one definitely was. I didn't think it would be going in. I thought FIU in 5 or 6, but no. Mount Aloysius, unbelievable display. Albedo, oh man, you missed one of the greatest Tuesday Night Lights series of all time. And you can say, oh, well, there've only been 5 Tuesday Night Lights series of all time. That's true. But I also mean Monday Night Lights and Friday Night Lights as well. That really was one of the best of 7 show matches I've ever hosted on my stream. Tivos, thanks for the follow. Great stuff. Unbelievable resilience. That was a heart also. I was blocked by myself, but it's a heart. Ugly heart, but you get the gist. The VOD will be uploaded, yes. If you want all the VODs for Tuesday Night Lights, follow me, or subscribe to me, I suppose is the word, on YouTube. It's Mr. Bepic up on YouTube. every single Friday, Monday, or Tuesday Night Lights match I have ever hosted is on my YouTube. And I think most of them are highlighted on Twitch as well. So there's no shortage of Night Lights entertainment if you are that committed a fan. I got a long catalog of phenomenal Rocket League matches. But Tivos, you're cracked. That was the first time I got to watch you. You are phenomenal. I appreciate you making your Tuesday Night Lights debut tonight. You guys were a joy to watch. And yep, the VODs are up on Twitch for 14 days after initial streaming. So, okay. I'm going to go to a break real fast. It should be literally probably like 3 or 4 minutes because it's 7 Central right now. I hope the ETSU and George Mason guys... Okay, they're already joining the lobby. I don't even put the lobby info out. ETSU knows how things are done on my stream. But I gotta like refill my water bottle, update the stream title, the overlay, all that kind of stuff. So, stick around. More, you thought that was a fun series. Just get ready for what we have coming up. ETSU and George Mason should be a banger as well. Stick around just a little bit longer. I'll see you in a bit. Alright, I told you, quick break. We are back as George Mason and East Tennessee are both in the lobby. So I'm just going to ask them if they're ready to go, and we'll keep this night going. Because there isn't much of a background between these two teams when it comes to matchups that I know about. Like, they could have played in something that I don't know. I think they competed in the same Monday Night Lights tournament I guess that was back in June, so not last month, but they did not play as they were on opposite sides of the bracket, and I will get their exact results from that MNL in just a second. Please enjoy a drift, doubling that ball mid for Landon. Okay, East Tennessee is off and rolling. Easy does it for them. And actually, scratch that, they did not play in the same Monday Night Lights tournament, so I'm mistaken about that. George Mason, last I saw of them, they were competing in my tournament last month, actually, in July. And I'll talk about George Mason in a second, because Skyline just hit a crazy double. The ETSU boys have come to play tonight. Oh my word. All right, well, let me talk about East Tennessee, and I won't bring up their Monday Night Lights tournament appearance because it's something I don't think they would like to remember. Okay, I thought George Mason was going to score right as I started talking about ETSU. But George Mason is going to score. I mean, I can't get a word out at the moment. We've seen 3 goals in the first 26 seconds. Got the clean shot from Dev. And just like that, George Mason have one back. I'm going to wait for this kickoff to happen to see if I actually can give you some background on this series, because Dev has agency now in the corner. That's a big dunk. Titanium, no second touch. Actually, second touch mid. Landon is ready for it. Okay. Last time I saw George Mason, I'll give them first dibs because they scored last. They were competing in my Monday Night Lights tournament last month. And they made a run over to the grand finals. And for those not familiar, that tournament was an 8-team, invite-only, $60 tournament, winner-take-all. And George Mason, they beat Colorado in round 1, in game 5, mind you. And they beat Rochester Christian, a team that was twice a couple games away from qualifying for Summer Series over the summer. They beat them 4-1. And then they lost 4-1 to Radford in the grand finals. And Radford's a team to be reckoned with going forward. If you don't know, you're going to have to learn quickly because they will be on this stream at some points in the next month or so. I can almost guarantee you that. So, George Mason, solid roster. I was tentatively thinking that they might be the favorites in this series. But I have no idea, genuinely. This is fairly even. What's up, Shu? This absolutely is a matchup. Like, this is going to be high-flying from start to finish. It already is high-flying. It is going to remain so from start to finish. As East Tennessee, the reason they're actually competing tonight, actually there's a couple reasons. One, I love watching them play, and they're always down to compete in show matches as well. Like, they are awesome for that. George Mason as well, they are also always down. T-Han let me know that. Shout out to T-Han. But East Tennessee, they're always down to compete. And last week on Tuesday Night Lights, Auburn was set to compete against Purdue in our first best of 7 of the night. When I was messaged by Hums, their captain, he was like, hey, my third can't make it. I'm having trouble getting a roster together. And I was like, shoot, I'm not... Oh, a shot. That's an equalizer, actually. And I'll stop story time for just a second again. Skyline let that ball get a little bit too far out in front of him. And Landon almost got back to that. That would have been an impressive save off his own crossbar. But, anyway. East Tennessee is getting scored on again. 5 goals in the first half. It's not often I have long stories to tell about these teams. But when I do, I really prefer they don't put up 5 goals in the first half of game 1 of this series. The offenses are on fire tonight. My word. That's another... No, sorry, it's not. You're to get back in time. I got a little bit too antsy. Now it's another. Titanium is the benefactor of an insane skim off of Drift's Octane. That's just unfortunate, honestly. Easy pass for Titanium to put on target. So he will. George Mason have now strung together 4 goals in a row. East Tennessee, they came out of the gate swinging. Skyline had a banger of a double tap. as Titanium is now. 2 goals to his name, and East Tennessee really struggling at the moment, making defensive misreads left and right. George Mason on a tear. Mats, these are not technically viewer tournaments. They're collegiate tournaments first, but a lot of these guys are my viewers, if that makes sense. Alright, okay. Mason. They are killing East Tennessee now. This has been a completely flipped script. 6-2 with 2 minutes left. East Tennessee have time, but my game 1 is a struggle bus all of a sudden for ETSU. But to talk about why East Tennessee is playing, Auburn didn't have a full roster, so I asked Adrift, who was online at the time, if he wouldn't mind subbing in for Auburn's roster. He was like, is this winnable? I said yes. I ended up not being so winnable like I thought. And so he was like, you owe me a Tuesday Night Lights appearance. So I thought, what better time than the present to get ETSU back on Tuesday Night Lights and competing in a show match against George Mason. He's a tough opponent. And they are flexing that status right now. That should be 7. Okay, it's not 7. Now it's a 3v1 the other way. Adrift looking for Titanium. But Landon just fires an asteroid at the orange net to get ETSU back on the board. 69 miles per hour. Tucked that to bed underneath the crossbar. Didn't even need Adrift's help finding a demo out in front. And off kickoff. East Tennessee maybe had something going there for a second. And Tehan has used 2,000 Bepic points to take Shu out of here for 10 minutes. Sorry, Shu. It is simply business. Oh, but right before I timed Shu out, he gets the timeout Tehan pin. How about that for some clutch? And as their manager has been timed out, George Mason get a little bit of revenge as they put a 7th on the board and continue to seriously exploit East Tennessee's defensive gaps. Also, hi, Sarah. Thanks for popping in. I beat you to it. Sorry. I don't mean to do your job for you. I'll let you take it from here on out. 30 seconds left, though, and I actually might have some more time to do my mod duties, as I don't think East Tennessee is going to make this one happen, I'll be honest. I'm a big a fan as ETSU is the next guy. But George Mason had this thing on lock. Hello. Selingi? Is that how you say it? Selingi? First time popping in, I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Hopefully you're not an ETSU fan. They got locked in game 1. 8-3 the final. And I think everybody but George Mason fans would like to move on quickly from that schmacking. Whatever adjective you want to use. Titanium dropped 10 shots and scored half of those. How did I miss that? I think I stopped looking at stats about halfway through that game when it got really bad. And I missed an 800-point game out of Titanium. So a 3-goal game is a hat trick. A 4-goal game I call a Texas-sized hat trick. What on earth is a 5-goal game? Is that like a North American-sized hat trick? Because Titanium dropped it. Shot 50% as well. Impressive start. Chaotic start for both sides. A double Texas. All right. You're the UPA college director? Oh, all right. Well, I appreciate you popping in. Always happy to meet directors and coaches in the scene. It's nice to have a network of everybody. Stay connected. Because there really isn't a ton of, like, centrality to everyone that's out there trying to build an esports program at their respective school. Alright, game 2, though. Let's pop into this thing. And ETSU, they are just beginning of the game merchants, I suppose. That is a great opportunity. Double demo down the line for Landon. Get right back to it off the ceiling. Landon looking a little threatening in that Mustang. It's a nice beat by Jay, though. George Mason trying to just play calm here in defense. Oh, Bepic out of dev. Some titanium. Now he's got a little bit of boost here. Can he get back for the flip reset? No, it's just an extra little dink on target. The drift. Didn't allow the doink. Skyline now trying to chase down titanium and steal some boost. They accomplished the latter, not the former. George Mason has flipped the field. Double commit, though, out of ETSU. It could spell some danger. Who's going to get on this ball? George Mason. We'll take it away from ETSU. They're making it look scary at times on the East Tennessee net. ETSU have found themselves a clear. Shot on target. And that's an extended possession. Looking for more physical play as well. A lot of bumps and demo attempts out of that ETSU side. But George Mason is doing well to, if they aren't avoiding the bumps and demos, then to recover out of it. I think back to that Landon double demo that didn't result in a goal for East Tennessee. Drift now is an opportunity. Jay to this. No. Drift plays patiently. Corner and has a pass option taken out. And that's up Jay down the field. George Mason attacked right down the throat of ETSU. Dev just playing with his food right there. Adrift, I mean, he's trying to rotate back post, but back post changed to near post, and then back to back post in the span of about 2 seconds. He gets involved in the play, and fortunately, kind of helps George Mason score the opening goal of game 2. Sidewall adrift again. Getting involved with the play while rotating back, but this time was a lot more helpful. Found a teammate instead of a George Mason player, but now it's just Dev in the area, forcing Skyline to miss, but they just took away Titanium's easy putback. George Mason spreading ETSU so thin when it comes to defensive resources and space. It's now difficult for them just to create a counterattack once they do find a clear. That's one beaten. Adrift was the second rotation for ETSU, and he was not quite as beaten. It was Landon that was up ahead. Adrift now has some space and some boost. Can maybe get East Tennessee playing offense again, but now it's George Mason throwing the physical Rocket League style right back in the face of ETSU. So many bumps and demos, just chipping away at those blue defensive lines. That's a miss now from Adrift. Landon's not back in time, neither is Skyline. Jay's there for the cleanup. Puts it perfectly top left corner. And George Mason are taking advantage of every single misstep that ETSU is putting forth in offense. Sorry, in defense. Tennessee, not afraid to play aggressive. They've yet to shy away from their play style. Just have to execute now in the final 80 seconds. Down a pair of goals. Skyline up a drift. Dev didn't buy in to the power that Skyline looked like he might get with that flip reset. Instead, played it low. Played a drift ball. Stop ETSU from setting themselves up in offense again. And now Dev again. Side taking a 50 with Landon, but still a lot of chance there. I think less patient players would have tried to fire a shot on target right there. There was a shooting lane, but it was all smoke and mirrors. George Mason would have gotten back in time. As per the usual, GMU is doing a phenomenal job of making sure there is nothing for East Tennessee to work with right now in offense. There might be possession and a little bit of room on the ball, but in reality, East Tennessee is not finding a thing with it. Shutout being pitched at the moment by George Mason. 6 shots allowed. 5 of those have been saved by GMU. And that's right, Landon needs to lock in. Gonna need something special out of the ETSU boys going forward. Part of me wants to worry about them, but if you watched our first series, you will know that a team not looking so good in the first couple of games of a best of 7 doesn't mean a thing. 2-0 the final. I think ETSU was a little bit robbed right there of it being 2-1, but no way. George Mason only had 3 shots that game. Are you kidding me? That is surprising. They had a lot of agency in offense, but I guess they weren't generating shots. Like, you would not, if I told you the shot tally was 8-3 right there, I bet the majority of you, if you saw the final score, would have thought George Mason had the 8 and ETSU. Heck, you just watched that game. Like, it felt like ETSU were held to 3 shots, where George Mason were the ones putting up numbers. But no, shooting 67% of the team right there. GMU looking good in game 2. Almost giving a goal up at the end, but apparently Landon's about to go crazy. So maybe that last little opportunity ETSU had is going to prop them up for game 3. But they need something now, lest they have to reverse sweep. It's possible. We've seen it before on Tuesday Night Lights, Monday Night Lights, what have you. The Night Light series. No one wants to do it. Though I know these ETSU boys, consummate showmen. But I wouldn't put it past them. George Mason, though, is consistent and effective as ever. Starting off on the right foot here. That ball's been given to a drift, though. Has one to beat, but Dev cuts off the play before it got too deadly, and then starts his own. Just a little touch, doesn't go much of anywhere. So Skyline carries the ball up. 50s through one. Drift next up, gets the ball mid. Landon shot. I don't know about Landon locking in, guys. That was an opportunity that he put well wide of the net. Tried to place it just a little bit too much. And George Mason's going to be all over that. Dev goes back wall, but Skyline is there. I switched out of the Fennec into the Octane. You must know something we don't. Skyline now, 1v2. 2 come out on top. Got credited with the save, but had some help from his friend. Still though, East Tennessee doing a much better job right now controlling possession than they have in either of the opening 2 games of this best of 7. It looks much better. Maybe foregoing a bit of that aggressive, bump-heavy play style they were employing to start off this best of 7. Instead being a bit more reserved at the midfield line. They will be forced to give up space now, however, as George Mason cleared the zone. Test that defense of East Tennessee. The test will be short-lived. Cleared found the other way. And Landon has switched out of the Mustang as well. So unfortunately, no more moon flicks. It means ETSU is feeling a bit more comfortable on here for it. Landon off the back wall. With the pass as Jay is there. Titanium and Jay both doing battle in the corner. But Jay says, we're going this way now. Elects to back on up. Push that ball into the defensive zone. Allow George Mason to try it again, man. They are just so good at playing reserved and patient Rocket League. If an offensive opportunity doesn't look good, if they don't think they'll be able to maintain possession, back pass, we'll just play it into our half. Set. It's one thing to look confident with double, triple flip resets or extremely mechanical plays, but confidence can show itself in different ways. How George Mason are just confident in themselves, starting in defense and building up a brand new attack. Got their yellow caps on now. This attack being instructed, but is torn down. With a dynamite waiting to blow up. That is ETSU. Mason continue to put out those fuses that look to be starting to burn just a little bit. Landed again. Looking brilliant, but George Mason put it out for a second. Though Adrift finally gives us an explosion in the George Mason net. Mike's buzzing again. Thanks for the call. We'll get that sorted out now. Should be good here. If you are new to the stream, first of all, follow. Show some support to the Night Lights series and the high school showcase I run every Saturday as well. But also, if my audio feeds start getting buzzy, please let me know. Because it's a quick fix, but I'm not listening to my stream in my ear, so I don't know when it happens. It's not something I can prevent, sadly. So thank you, Bluekey. Thank you, Tetsu, for letting me know it's fixed as well. Corner. Drift fields the ball. Finds Skyline. It looks mid again. It's Landon, though. Feeling the rock for a moment. ETSU trying to show the power of friendship and love to the world. George Mason the same, but to a much lower degree of success. That double commit in the midfield has given ETSU the ball now with 30 seconds left. We'll see if they can hold on to it. Half flipping and the race to the ball. Doink it. I'll take a page out of Zernite's book. Be able to put it on frame. George Mason still hunting for that equalizer in the final 15 seconds. Will have to start their next expedition into the ETSU half from their corner. Quickly get it down the field. They get it mid. Up is Jay for a shot, but down is the ball by way of East Tennessee. They take their first game of this best of 7. And they will make it a 2-1 series lead for George Mason. Still buzzing. Uh-oh. Hope it's not something that I don't know how to fix. We'll try it again. You can have a lovely look at the stats. All right, we'll try that now. But 10 shots to 3. Again, George Mason, a low shot quantity team. Those George Mason attacks can look lethal at times, so I'm not going to say low shot quality team. But the quality hurting them a bit in that last game. Held to no goals by an ETSU team that found themselves just a 1. And is the mic fixed? Are we good now? Or is it still buzzing? Lots of touch from Skyline. Sets up Landon to go low with the ball. And that is an explosion from the stick of dynamite team I know ETSU is. Brilliant pass. And it looks like, yep, Landon has in fact locked in. Dev, though, he's been a catalyst at times for George Mason. Couldn't get through Skyline and Titanium. Unsuccessful as well. Now it really feels like the momentum has shifted. It was an ETSU team that was really struggling to get out of their defensive half. And games 1 and 2 is now the one controlling the pace of play, and that is a horrendous bounce for George Mason. I feel for you there. Here we go again in that orange half. George Mason trying to find a way out. But Jay has been beaten. Titanium is last man, has to come up big on the goal line. It's a fairly routine save for teams of this caliber, but regardless, one that needed to happen. And without a safety as well. Ah, okay, the game audio is the one buzzing. How nice of OBS to double up on issues. There we go. That should fix it. And if that doesn't do it, maybe it's another unnamed audio source that'll help us later. Still, just the one goal from East Tennessee. These last couple of games, a far cry from the 11 goals we saw combined in Game 1. I mean, heck, George Mason scored 8 in Game 1, and since then, if you were to combine both teams' goals, we've seen half of that. Oh, okay, just a little bit more than half now. Titanium finds an answer for George Mason, and that is a dot from Dev. Ugh. I love those plays where you're watching the replay from the player's perspective, or heck, just the regular play from the player's perspective, and he lays out a pass to a teammate you can't see. And it sets up a goal that will be now added on to. Off kickoff, George Mason. We'll get another one back, sorry. I guess things are set up for the next show match. But 2-1, George Mason out in front. And please enjoy the sights and sounds of East Tennessee versus George Mason for just a second, as I reply to a DM regarding the next series. So, one second. Making sure everything is good to go. Want to keep the night rolling as smoothly as possible. We should be, so. Look back at this one. Skyline has welcomed me back with some emphasis. Adrift missed the redirect, but I think pushed Dev and Jay back. And then Skyline was given a little bit of room off that George Mason back wall to then put on a light show. 2-2. Great save, Titanium. Looking brilliant on the goal line. And again, Titanium's efforts needed for George Mason. One more time. Is he back? That's Jay this time. That puts the ball out to the side. Now Titanium's the one beating Skyline across the midfield line. Titanium. Down low where Landon takes the ball away. Again, puts George Mason on their back foot for a moment, but does a much better job at mixing more and more clears into their defensive rotations and saves. Big dunk, Jay. Giving Dev an opportunity on that ball, but East Tennessee back in time. Titanium now. The flip reset that got 2 to jump for East Tennessee. That's how threatening it looked. But the defense did prevail. Hey, Graydon. How you doing, my man? Congrats on the new job. I know I said it on Twitter, but congrats somewhat in person as well, as in person as Twitch streaming kits. Actually, that's not true. I've done plenty of lands and in-person streams, but you know what I'm saying. 60 seconds to go here. And this is a big game, especially for East Tennessee, who have now found themselves in a deficit thanks to a brilliant shot from Jay. He comes from underneath Titanium and put that ball to bed. East Tennessee, if they drop this, will have to make it 3 in a row to win this show match. They're capable of. George Mason have looked dominant at times tonight. Oh, and that could be 4. Devs put it in. Insurance taken out by George Mason. And this just might be their 3rd game. It's just so consistent from the GMU boys. When East Tennessee adjusted, when Landon and Skyline swapped their cars, GMU didn't blink, but for more than a game. And that is a forgivable offense in a full best-of-7 series. Titanium's making 5 now. They'll go off the ceiling, looking for a double, but Landon saves it. Dev in the rebound position. Set up Jay for a slow roller. And all right, George Mason won't get one back, but they will secure game number 4. 4-2 the final. And they have yet to have a game win that is closer than 2 goals. 13 shots here. Made a comment on how they've been outshot frequently in the last several games, but they made it happen in terms of offensive production in that one. And Adrift held to 81 points as well is a telling stat line, as George Mason have held ETSU in check at times. I mean, Game 3 really is the only game, and maybe the first half of Game 4. It was ETSU flipping the momentum on them. But second half of Game 4, completely the other way. Landon will change that now. He centered the ball for a drift, but George Mason again at home on the back wall. Will defend nicely. Still down. They will defend. Titanium looks to break out. Jay's low on boost now. Take a look with Landon, and that buys time for Dev. I mean, the rotations of George Mason are so effective, especially in tight quarters like that. On their goal line, they're just buying time for the next guy, waiting for their moment to find a clearance. It's not a full clearance, it's more of a half a one. ETSU will try to take advantage of that. Enough to give themselves a shot at defending every play ETSU sends their way. Titanium just narrowly avoided death. Skyline was hunting him down. Now Skyline's turn again. Goes back walls, only one there to shoot. No, instead it's just Jay to place that ball out to the side. And Dev now looking good. Gets through 2, had 4 dots of boost in the tank, and still bested 2 ETSU defenders. That is wonderful. Not just car control, but knowledge of where his opponents were. Still, though, we get to see a goal. 2 minutes have come and gone in Game 5, and we have yet to see anyone on the board. Good chance of transition. Landon reached for a drift and the entirety of the George Mason roster. Jay, though, got a bit lucky there as Skyline kind of biffed that shot just a little bit. George Mason, more opportunities in offense. So that is just a singular opportunity that ETSU defend and spin right around. Oh, that's a good bump as well. I think Jay was getting a touch on that if Skyline doesn't take him out. Wonderfully executed counterattack. And East Tennessee will take first blood just around the halfway point of Game 5 here. A lot of up and downs here. Tennessee beneficiaries. But Dev has a chance to double this if a drift isn't good enough. And I don't think he was. Dev didn't get the chance to double it, but that touch was precarious at best. Put ETSU in a bad spot for a moment. They will find their way out. And Titanium put them right back into a bad spot. Goal here. This is manageable for George Mason, but the deeper we get into Game 5, the less they want to see ETSU getting going. So if we see the East Tennessee that we saw in Game 3 that I think had field domination on their side by about 65% to 35%. This game's over. Tennessee at times find ways to keep George Mason at arm's length. Here, they continue to do so. Cut around from Dev, though, is nice. That demo is nicer. He's a 1v1 for Dev versus a drift, but a drift comes out on top. Gets the ball to Landon, who clears the zone completely. Puts ETSU in a position now to add to their lead. Landon is up. Bouncer of a shot. I think it was just a little bit off target. Put the ball center, though Skyline hesitated a second to get up for that. To get his car all the way around. Throw it forward, George Mason, some space in offense. Back wall, not up for business though. Very much closed. TSU. Still going to concede though. That was out of nowhere it seemed. The ball was going left to right, corner to corner. ETSU had control, but what they did not have was the near post completely defended. Jay put on some stealth gear and infiltrated the ETSU ranks. We are tied up with 20 seconds to go. ETSU almost getting it back. But now Dev out in front. He's been the catalyst for GMU tonight offensively. Supposed to give the ball to Landon though. He's flexed his might at times. So overtime looking likely. See something crazy here on 0 seconds. Ball will stay up. But GMU looking to ground it. Actually unsuccessful. Skyline pops that for a drift. Pops it for a Skyline with no boost. So Landon has to go up, and he says, yeah, enough of that. Overtime it is in Game 5. ETSU need this one. As one goal stands between them and dropping a Tuesday Night Lights series, which I know they do not want to do. What can George Mason do, though, to get this series done with in 5? So far, so good. Good possession numbers at the beginning of regulation, and now an opportunity for Titanium. That testing touch to the near post results in a successful test of Landon. Pass from ETSU will get them out of defense. Into an offensive rotation. But a drift takes to the back wall of George Mason. Skyline trying to do the same, actually just ends up giving the ball to Dev, which his touch is what Titanium will extend further into ETSU territory. Once more, it's George Mason carrying the torch of offense. Drift alone, low on boost, and now floating. Still gets back to the ball and takes a challenge against George Mason. Still maintaining control, Landon out to the side. Skyline just gonna bang this down the field, but he's got 100 boost now, fueled up in the corner. Dev on the near side does well to get the ball to Jay. And he read a drift. Oh, he nearly did. Was trying to call game right there. Back right now. And demoed Titanium there. Didn't account for Jay, who's going to get back. Come off the back wall to let Titanium have access to that one. Back and forth we go. Such a wonderful ebb and flow East Tennessee and George Mason have going for us at the moment. I don't know who's going to come out on top of this. Could be TSU now, though, but Dev! That is not an easy read to make. He made it look so. He was cooking an OT. Low 50 gives Jay some space. A drift will hop up early, but is still beaten by Jay out of the sidewall. A drift. No boost. Tried to bump Titanium, but the sidewall is not on his side. Now a setup for Dev. Skyline first on the scene, putting out fires in defense. Good comp, landed in the drift. They make it known to each other. The front man didn't have boost. TSU was rewarded with a clear for that communication. An opportunity to win it, but Skyline's opportunity is taken away. Maybe a drift can do a little bit better. Well, still GMU players in the faces of East Tennessee here, not letting them set up possession whatsoever. So that might do it. Titanium in the corner misses. Just 100 boost though, and we know how far he can get with a full boost tank. Fortunately for George Mason, though, East Tennessee, they're on the goal line. But now, not so much. Titanium, though, couldn't get around for the shot. And George Mason will get possession. That could have been the series winner. Still could be. Dev called game, set, and match. What a shot from the midfield line. It was almost saved by Skyline, but had too much heat on it. And that's all she wrote. George Mason were challenged by East Tennessee, but that is as far as that went. Only one game given to their opponents. And it finally got super close there at the end. Their first one-goal game loss. No, sorry, their first one-goal game win was found in Game 5. There we go. We got there in the end. George Mason, the better of the two teams tonight. But East Tennessee did make it close. That first game, bit of a clown fiesta. Game 2, they were shut down. But Game 3 and beyond, it was a competitive set. George Mason, though, just so solid. It's unbelievable to me how consistent they are on the pitch. They're so patient and so machine-like at times. That's tough for a spontaneous team like East Tennessee, I think, to break through, which is what we saw in that best of 7. GG's, T-Han. Your boys look good. Sorry, Hooded. The Adrift powerhouse never arrived, sadly. He was held in check by George Mason. But, all right. I want to pop the schedule up real quick. I got a lot of messages to respond to, so I'm going to have to get to that in a second. Making sure everything's good to go for Bruton Parker versus Shawnee State, which is coming up in about 13 minutes time. Make sure you are in your seat or standing, but still watching the next show match up on Tuesday Night Lights number 2, as this is going to be a banger. Different variation of the Bruton Parker roster, but the same old Shawnee State. Should be a banger. And then Kennesaw State versus Clemson to round out the night. It's going to be a fun one. And I also want to show how spread out along the East we are tonight. Look at this. I'm still here. Hello. This is a map of all the teams competing tonight, and it really is an East Coast fiesta. All the way down from Florida up just north of Pittsburgh are our teams dispersed throughout the East Coast of the United States. I always forget to show that map, so I'm glad I got the chance to tonight. Next two up, the Ohio and one of the Georgia representatives, the southernmost Georgia representative in Bruton Parker against kind of the southernmost Ohio rep. I can't confirm that, but I'm pretty sure Shawnee State is the southernmost Ohio school. That's what it seems like. Oh, you are so welcome, T-Han. Thank you for competing. Your boys put on a show. Credit to them. But I do have to go to a quick break before the next show begins. It's going to be Bruton Parker and Shawnee State putting on a summer series showcase, but in about 10 minutes. So get your snacks, drinks, whatever you need to get ready for this next banger of a matchup in my prime time Tuesday Night Lights slot. Don't go too far. Welcome back to Tuesday Night Lights, where we are about to enter the prime time hour, where Bruton Parker and Shawnee State will be taking the pitch against each other for the first time in about a month or so. They played in summer series not too long ago, and I am going to look up the result of that as soon as I can, because I have since forgotten it. I looked it up earlier today, and I forgot to maintain the memory, so I apologize for that. But I believe it was a 3-1 win for Shawnee State. And before I get too carried away with my results, let me just check on that real fast. And I can share my screen. I think I can do that. Let's see. Oh, perfect. Look at this. You get to see the beautiful table of results that I get to sift through to look for the result of the Bruton Parker and Shawnee State series. Let's see it. Let's find them. Shawnee State 1-3. I think that means it's a Shawnee State win, I believe. July 11th. When was that? Week 2? Week 3? Yeah. Shawnee State there. Shawnee State. Okay, what? You get what I'm saying, though. It was a 3-1. Someone in chat will correct me eventually. There's always someone that knows. Boom! I even saw Shu's name in Twitch chat earlier, and I should have known. With that, there's always someone that's in chat that knows more than me. Shu does know more than me. Thank you, Shu. I appreciate that. Yes. Bruton Parker and Shawnee State. It's on a full rematch because tonight, in place of Manny, we will see Kyler subbing in. Bruton Parker's such a deep program. It's crazy to me how they can just mix and match their roster. It went from Antics, Milk, and Manny was the last roster that I watched play this past weekend. To then at one point this week, it was going to be Antics. I think Sino was subbing in for Milk. It was Antics, Manny, and Sino, the typical summer series roster. And now Kyler is subbing in tonight as well. Antics was having internet issues. He's back. I was never worried. Through all those iterations of the Bruton Parker roster, I knew that they would be competitive against Shawnee State, who, mind you, are one of the better teams in the eastern side of collegiate at the moment. At the very least, enough to make it to summer series. They finished 4-11, which isn't the greatest of results, but I do know from Slayer telling me that there was a time during summer series that I think it was Taco Stash was dealing with internet issues, and they sorted that out since then, allegedly. And once they go back to school later this week, it definitely will be sorted out. So we should be good to go tonight. And no test lobby tonight. I love it when I have high-profile teams competing in my show matches and tournaments, and they're like, they're going to be test lobbies, they're going to be admin. No, I'm not fancy. I'm not fancy at all. I just love watching Rocket League. And if someone's lagging, we'll reset the game. That's usually my policy on it. So we will be good to go very shortly. And I want to show the map one more time, because we've got pretty much the second northernmost team, if you ignore the curvature, that's putting George Mason above Shawnee State there on the southern side of Ohio, versus the second southernmost team again in Bruton Parker, and that Mount Vernon dot that's in the on the east side of Georgia. So a little interesting. I just like looking at where all the colleges are. I think that's just like a nerd thing in me. I enjoy geography, and I enjoy teams. It's not like traveling, but their location feels important, even though in esports it really isn't. That's why I make the map every week, and then show it like 1 in every 4 streams that I actually have. So we're waiting on Taco Stash, he reset his router. And actually Taco's internet is struggling a bit right now. So that's why we're delayed at the moment. If there are any Alright. K Frost has joined the chat. I know he's familiar with the situation. So we might be seeing a K Frost substitution. And Echo has popped in as well. What's up, Echo? Thanks for the follow, man. So we're going through some roster situations still. It wouldn't be a primetime match. Like the one last week, UTK versus Michigan State had a substitute on the Michigan State side. It wouldn't be a Tuesday Night Lights primetime match if it didn't include some kind of substitution. So Shawnee State may be playing with K Frost in place of Taco Stash. I think I was kind of dancing around that point. Thank you, Echo, for your contributions to Twitch chat. But we're chilling until then. With this being a substitute-filled match, I don't know how much stock I put in the Summer Series match, Shawnee State. I mean, they got the individual team versus team series, but overall, Bruton Parker finished 6-9. Yeah, that would be how much they had with double round robin, 10 teams. Not double round robin, single round robin with 15 teams. Yikes! I need a co-caster tonight. I'm getting tired. Had to go into work today. Had a fun little collegiate work emergency that we had to put the fire out for. I didn't have time to make coffee. I should have made coffee. These series have just been too good tonight. They've been going too long, and I haven't had time to make coffee in between series just yet. So I feel like for the last one, I got sleeper coming in for the last series. So I may not need caffeine it'll be 9 o'clock at night for me pretty much. How excited am I for the UK College League? I'm excited. I mean, I don't follow 2K at all, but I feel like I have to now. Like, that seems like an awesome collegiate league. And I love basketball. I've commentated at the collegiate level a couple of times for Auburn intramurals, which is basically D3, and then actual D3 basketball. So 2K just seems like a natural combination of my love for the traditional sport and the esports thing that I've committed way too much of my life into. So I'm excited. I'll definitely be checking it out, regardless of any involvement. So Bruton Parker still in the lobby at the moment. I'm waiting to see if it's K Frost or Taco. I'm gonna make sure they're ready the next couple of minutes, so yeah. Hey Sino, have you heard any of so I'll recap it. Taco Stash is having internet issues, so they're trying to get his router back on, and K Frost is going to sub if they don't have him ready at the 10-minute mark, which will be in 3 minutes. So that's the cutoff I've given him. If you guys want to go stick around in free play for a couple of minutes, I know some players like to do that, feel free. Just make sure you're back in at 8:10 Central, 9:10 Eastern. Yeah, you can train. I want you guys fresh. Sino and Kyler left immediately after I said that. I guess Antics is gonna be good. He's chilling. But a reminder as well. Here's another thing I can waffle on about. The final match of the night, after Bruton Parker and Shawnee State have eventually taken the pitch, Kennesaw State and Clemson are our last series of the night. And that should be a banger. That one's on a lower level relative to ETSU, GMU, Bruton Parker, and Shawnee State, but it's still going to be a fun one. Like, I just wanted a fun series to finish the night off. And last time I watched Kennesaw State, they beat Kentucky, so it's only fitting I give them another top-tier D1 school that's pretty solid at Rocket League to compete against. And Clemson's coming off the back of a solid CCS showing over the summer as well. They made it to the tournament after going 7-1 in conference play, and lost the national champions in round 1. But still, that Clemson team's gonna be fun to watch going forward. The Southeast just stacked with teams. I can't wait for the SEL to kick back up in a couple of weeks' time. It's coming up fast. But all right, it's Slayer, Duckworth, and K. Frost joining the lobby. So as soon as the Bruton Parker boys get out of training and back in, then we will get things going with a bit of a scuffed Shawnee State lineup. K. Frost is a great player, but he does not go to Shawnee State, I believe. Hey, K. Frost, which college are you with? Are you with King? And K. Frost's fans swarm the chat. Okay, you're with King now. Gotcha. Sick. Well, it's a King and Shawnee State collaboration on Tuesday Night Lights. Ah, okay. I was wondering what happened there. And I think we're about ready. So if you've been wondering why we're delayed, Taco Stash, no internet right now. K. Frost is filling his shoes. So it's the King and Shawnee State combination matchup for our third set of Tuesday Night Lights. I just realized I forgot to change the overlay as well, so we're really scuffed. So you're gonna have to deal with a logo-less overlay for just a little bit. But you got some high-quality Rocket League up on your screen. If this is your first time tuning into a Bepic stream, this is typically what it's like. Something's going wrong. Something's a little scuffed. But the Rocket League is always good. Here we go. Bruton Parker in blue. Shawnee State / King in orange. We'll see if Taco Stash ends up coming back if his internet decides to cooperate. But it's nice to just have some actual action up on screen. It's just skied that shot out to the side. And I'm going to fix that overlay. Forgot to do that. You get to see it in real time. Isn't that cool? You get to keep your head behind the curtain of production. Not that I'm like an actual production. I feel like I am absolutely a clown when it comes to what actual producers can do. We're up and running. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Have Bruton Parker had possession for like 90% of this first minute? I swear I looked down to the overlay, looked up, and it was still Bruton Parker in the offensive zone. Shawnee State. Maybe trying to get used to playing with K. Frost. I mean, he was the substitute that Slayer brought to me, so obviously, I mean, these guys are probably used to playing with each other. To some degree, at the very least, whether that's rank 2s or whatever it might be. Either way, I think it's a fairly lateral substitution for Shawnee State. And we should still have a banger of a series on our hands. Off to the sidewall. He's going to battle with Slayer and Duckworth. And yeah, Dixie joined the fray there at the end. Trying to take that ball away from Shawnee State. But ultimately, it's Kyler at the end of the play that finds a big clear down the pitch. That clear. Well, that was off on muted mic. Did nothing. Shawnee State has found themselves a bit of a rhythm offensively. Parker still yet to break. Same for Shawnee State and Kyler. He doesn't find that. If he connects with that bump, it's a very different story as to what this Bruton Parker offense looks like, and yet they're still nearly scoring. I'm going to put that one out to the side. K. Frost trying to take advantage now. Pops that ball up mid. Duckworth will be up for it. But antics the same. Bruton Parker's defense does well. Will be rewarded with a clear, kind of aided by K-Frost, but I think that ball was getting over the midfield line regardless. K-Frost, I feel like I've been saying his name a lot. He has been all over the pitch for Shawnee State / King so far. There he is again with Duckworth mid. Pass back. K-Frost pop up to Slayer. Who says a substitute doesn't bring chemistry? Love the passing play. For not still. Searching for this opening goal. Slayer now looks to provide it. He bails out of the play. It's K-Frost. Go to the back wall, but Antics. It's a good touch out to the side. No extra one, though. This is really just a battle for possession at the moment. There have been half chances for both sides, but it feels like nothing that the other team is doing will get through the defenses, but that one actually did. Bruton Parker, a rare lapse. Double committed for that ball, and K-Frost missed. Purely open net. A bit too open, I suppose. 60 seconds to go here, and the primetime show match that I was hyping up has been scoreless now through 4 minutes. Will stay that way for a little bit longer. Antics has to make a tough read to prevent Shawnee State from scoring first, and he cannot. Duckworth finds that ball off of Slayer's Octane after Slayer made a wonderful block on the goal line and quickly puts a shot in an open net. He can do it. If anyone on this pitch can hit an open net, it's Duckworth. What's up, Tantalus Eternal? It's going pretty good. I'm waiting for this series to really heat up, though. I think both teams are kind of getting used to each other. These are not typical iterations of these rosters. K-Frost, obviously, going to King University. Tyler, typically not in the lineup with Antics and Sino. At least not from what I've seen. Game one, I think a feeling out game for both sides. The Bruton Parker still very much in a manageable spot. Just have to find it clear. You'd think that would be easy, but Shawnee State making it anything but. Score a second here. Slayer goes off the post, and maybe there's one more gasp of energy here in the Bruton Parker camp here. On 0 seconds. Off the side wall, Tyler will set up Sino to keep the ball alive. Antics moving in as well, centers it. Sino with an opportunity out to the side. Kyler has an opportunity himself, but didn't have the boost to make it happen. Shawnee State take a slow game one. And they held Bruton Parker in check, my word. It started out, BPC had the bulk of the possession. That first minute, I think, spent, 75% of the time in Shawnee State's half. But Bruton Parker got pushed back upon by Shawnee State, who found control of that midfield line and did not look back. Even on 0 seconds, Bruton Parker had a chance, but they were seriously limited by Shawnee State's control of that midfield line. And, well, moving to game two, we'll see what the Barons can do. It's the Bears who are on at the moment. And Sino's calling for a stoppage. I'll go back to me. And we'll remake the lobby. Don't know what happened right there. But in a series that's been plagued with resets already, it makes sense we got to go for another one. So let me get the lobby info back out. And we will continue to stop and start here. It was so smooth at the beginning. Sino's game died. Or one of the games died. I don't know if it was Sino. But alright. We'll have a reset here. The lobby info's in the same spot, Sino. Antics is in my tournament server. I gotta get you in there as well, as often as you're playing on my stream. But we'll reset. Just a full game 2 reset. No one scored. No one really had any possession. A couple seconds in, so we'll do game 2 over again. But so far, so good for Shawnee State. If they keep up the level of pressure they had throughout game 1, they should be all right. All right. Rocket League back on your screen. Sino apologizes. It's all good. It happens. Okay. Sino's game did stop on us. So, kickoff actually won by Burton Parker. Oh, it's such is life. They win this kickoff. They'll be scoring first. Their first goal of the series. And now we are really off and running. K-Frost is still in. Taco Stash down for the count. But Shawnee State doing all right. Immediate response. They win their kickoff. Duckworth boasts a win through the corner with Slayer just shoving Antics along. That looked like an offensive lineman in American football doing anything he can to protect his quarterback. Slayer did well to open up something for his team. And all right, no harm done with that opening kickoff. Tyler and Sino moving down the pitch together. Slayer doing the same thing to a little bit higher degree of success as they set up K-Frost for a shooting opportunity. Could get an angle attack on that net that would have resulted in an on-target shot. Parker, they get out for a second, but still struggling to set up consistent offense. Net, a little bit of space, but Shawnee State dunk. Parker has to try again, but Antics is brilliant. Gives Kyler an opportunity to shoot. K-Frost back in the nick of time will keep us level at one apiece. Slayer, tough read. He couldn't make it. And so Antics tested that Shawnee State defense. And unfortunately, for Bears fans, were unsuccessful in their test. Just trying to add one more onto the pile that Bruton Parker are starting in game 2. Much better from them. I mean, held scoreless, obviously. The next game after you end with a goose egg on the board, you're going to be doing better just to score a goal. But at the moment, Bruton Parker looking good in counterattack mode. They're holding a bit more possession relative to what we saw out of them in the late stages of game 1 especially. Shawnee State still have a deep bag of tricks. Dave Frost included. I've watched plenty of his Rocket League over the years. And he has no shortage of talent on the car soccer pitch. Here he goes, carrying the ball past a couple blue cars. Maybe one more. Forced Antics into an awkward bounce out the side. State construct offense. Shows a couple of wins, though. Definitely go up in flames along with Duckworth's car. Sino turning on that one, but Slayer was the faster of the two in that area. He's upfield looking for more. Unfortunately, Antics was prepared for that initial clear. They're not prepared enough to flip the field right back in Bruton Parker's favor, though Sino can do that. A bit of a hezzy right there before he got going, and Slayer didn't bite. Good defense. The Shawnee State captain. Off the side wall. Looking for Kyler down below, but Duckworth had that read from the get-go. Now it's Shawnee State's turn for an opportunity in offense that Duckworth signs off on. Slayer set him up, and Duckworth did the rest. Though K-Frost with an initial win down the pitch absolutely deserves credit for kicking that play off. We Slayer tied at 2 apiece with 2 minutes left to play. Bruton Parker have won another kickoff. Build off it. 54 Sino gives Antics a chance to shoot. Can't put hard struck ball on target. Parker come up empty-handed again. Another instance of a Shawnee State player down the field already, setting up offense. That's nearly resulted in a third goal for the Bears, but that one was not quite to be. This one, though, same deal. Antics thwarted by K-Frost there. Getting that ball from the crossbar. Shawnee State has some room. Tyler's alone, though, and realized it. Even an orange car graced his presence. Despite that, he remained in that Bruton Parker corner for quite a while before the ball found its way out. K-Frost's hand. Duckworth is up ahead, demoing everybody at Antics after getting bumped, got faked as well. Sorry, man. Shawnee State just had your number there. K-Frost, oh, that's filthy. 3-2, Bruton Parker. Or down a goal. I was reading their name on the scoreboard. Shawnee State's the team out in front. Looking to defend that lead. Take it low and slow. Parker looking to up the speed. Find much success. The ball creeps mid. State is ready for that. And 6, pop for Kyler. That was a keen passing play. Out of Bruton Parker to give them some space in offense. Force a double as well. Now Shawnee State, K-Frost has his teammates for the night all kinds of covered up. Slayer, does he? No, it's a miss, but Duckworth stayed home on it. And Antics bet on the Slayer read. That gives Shawnee State the win. 3-2. They did well to claim a late lead. And then even with it getting a little scary there at the end, Shawnee State come out on top. Again, close games between these two. And that's to be expected, even with the stops and starts, even with the delays and the substitutes. These are two teams that, with the 6 players at hand, objectively, I think this is a very even match. Bruton Parker just haven't been able to get going enough. And I just see in the in-game client a certain Taco Stash 84 joining the lobby. Perhaps claiming his starting spot back from K-Frost, who has just exited, to maybe close things out with his teammates. We'll see how he fares. Hopefully, even with the internet not being on, perhaps for Taco Stash, he's still gotten some warm-up time in. Had 4 players on orange there for a second. But we're good. It's been a weird series. We're only 2 games in. Hopefully it goes a little bit longer. Taco Stash giving his first appearance in the Nightlight Spotlight. And unfortunately, it results in a recession of the Shawnee State offense momentarily. Parker having to deal with what seems like some up speed. So Stash is zipping around the field at the moment. Well, win that 50-50 and take that ball away from Sino. Antics down the corner to Taco Stash. That ball short of on target, but Slayer in rebound duty will make sure the follow-up very much is. Yep, K-Frost, you did your work. You're right. Now time to let Taco Stash cook. And cook he is. Right there, that was clean. Did everything he needed to. Put together an effective counterattack. That was off the ceiling. Sets up Slayer for a shot that goes a little bit wide. Right back on it. Not phased. Taco Stash now looking for a bump. Calls Duckworth into the play. Bumps the last man. Duck almost dunked that in. That would have been immaculate. Instead, Clark plays a bit more defense. Shawnee State have one more go at scoring their second. Blocked by Sino. Skimming that one away. Now gaining some space on the side wall. Taco Stash right there again. He's everywhere on the pitch. Waiting for Duckworth to finish his string of 50-50s against Antics. Steps in, takes the ball from Sino. I know we are still in a fight at the midfield line. You can feel an upped level of chemistry and presence on the pitch out of Shawnee State. There's no slight to K-Frost. Taco Stash is just a starter on this team for a reason. Rocket League left though, and Root Parker still are very much in this. All they need is one. Give themselves a good shot. That's a good start. Taking out Duckworth. Taco Stash though. Good start. Turns into a Shawnee State goal. Just as soon as you think Root Parker getting something going. Shawnee State and their relentless pressure. Toss it right back in their faces. Stash out the side, testing Antics. Can't even get through Duckworth, the midfield line. Things have shifted. This was a close set. And now, Bruton Parker struggling to gain established offense. 70% field domination in favor of Shawnee State here. It's not bode well for the Barons, but again, still a manageable spot. Need a bit more than just the one they did earlier, but they've got an offense that is capable. I saw what Kyler can do when Bruton Parker was winning my Monday Night Lights tournament. I saw what Antics can do a lot across the last long time, probably since January, when they joined the SEL. And Sino, same deal. Been watching him for a while. Antics shot on and in. Bruton Parker still alive. Reached a clean finish. Kyler, oh, he bumped Slayer as well. I think Slayer has that saved if he's not bumped by Kyler. So well done. Good shot from Antics, yes, but good off-ball movement by Kyler. Now, Parker seemed rejuvenated a touch. Off kickoff, they look good. And now Taco Stash is still looking as good as ever. Playing the shot off the crossbar and the post. And unfortunately limited the opportunity for Shawnee State to put in their third goal. Either on the initial attempt or the rebound. Kyler chip shot. Coaxed to safety by Slayer. It's downfield. See if Shawnee State's expecting this. Got no boost. Setting up Sino, but Kyler dives in. That's an open net. That will not go in. Oh, the crossbar. An enemy of Shawnee State right now. Bruton Parker just dodged a bullet, and they might still be in this. 20 seconds here. We'll begin our search for an equalizer in regulation. On the Bruton Parker back wall. Antics looking to carry this. Gets through Duckworth. Taco Stash last man. The Antics set up Kyler, but Slayer comes up huge on the goal line. Antics will try again, but Sino's backwards. Has to turn for this. Kyler, and after that initial opportunity, there was just nothing left for Bruton Parker. Shawnee State take a 3-0 series lead. Our first one of the evening. And again, it's close. But Shawnee State just seemed to have Bruton Parker's number. I mean, the 3-1 result during Summer Series. Now a 3-0 series lead. BPC just can't beat the Bears. I don't know why. Shawnee State's winning close games. That's what's happening. Bruton Parker, I mean, they've looked good. It's not good enough. And Taco Stash coming back definitely was an infusion for Shawnee State, but that did slow down a little bit there at the end. Bruton Parker gained a little bit of control and momentum, and they looked threatening. I mean, we could have very easily seen an overtime, if not for Slayer being as brilliant as always on the goal line. Double commit. Two players went for Shawnee State right there, but Duckworth had the play tailed the whole time as the third man. Good stake out for him. They're a long-ish bout, dueling. Thinking Shawnee State's going to turn this into possession, especially that bump on the anthem. So, my word, it's just some absurd stuff on the pitch sometimes. I don't know how he managed to salvage that. Got bumped and carried his momentum into the ball, doubling it. Kept Bruton Parker fighting for a chance to possess this, but still forced backwards. A great shot out of Taco. Now it's the Baron's turn. Sino's going to carry this. It's through Slayer, but Duckworth in the nick of time on the goal line, keeping us tied at 0 apiece. Dash up for this. I'll look to meet him. He is successful. I like the thought. Try and give him some space on the ground where we know he's brilliant. If you watched the Bruton Parker team stream during the Uni Rocketeers World Championship this past weekend, you know how good he can be on the ground. That was a showcase. Here in the corner, your antics is trying to break apart the Shawnee State defense. Steals some boost. Can't quite get the pass he was aiming to land in the lap of Sino. His longtime teammate. This is a slugfest. No one with real opportunities at the moment. And Shawnee State had that one aerial shot from Taco's dash. This could be another, actually, with Taco putting that ball mid and Slayer nearly forcing through antics. But Bruton Parker, all right, I take it all back. They are under threats, and Shawnee State will get themselves on the board. It was a slow, sluggish game 4 until Shawnee State ramped up the pace, started putting shots on like nobody's business, and finally found a way through. That is an open net miss. Tough shot, yes. One that Taco Stash is capable of getting around on. It comes back to fight. Shawnee State. Doesn't look like it at the moment. Slayer will put that to the Bruton Parker back wall, and Dash put that mid. What a touch. Beating Kyler, but not Sino. Will not get the second for Shawnee State. That is, it's not a pass down the pitch, but Slayer was prepared for the skim that ball took off of Taco Stash's Fennec. You can see why this Shawnee State team is CRL level. It would be a shame if they didn't make it to the big dance in the fall. If there isn't a big dance, well, it's a shame on its own, but Shawnee State, an effective roster, a speedy one. They are complete. When they're firing on all cylinders, it's tough to beat them. Parker just not quite there with this roster. Which, fair play. It's a roster I don't think they were expecting to use. I think Milk was supposed to play tonight. He's going to have some internet issues himself. I don't know what it is about good teams and internet issues, but look at Boise State during Summer Series, Taco Stash during Summer Series, Milk and Antics this past week. Odd. Something going around the CRL landscape, but we play through it. And Burton Partners still have a chance here. 20 seconds left. They have to not concede right now, though. And they won't, but not exactly gaining control of the ball either. Slayer will chip this to himself. He will get it away from him. The Duckworth's arms. Six off the sidewall. Will beat Duckworth. Ball down for Sino. Pop it over in the direction of Kyler, who all he can do is keep the ball in the air a little bit longer. Shawnee State, after dealing with some internet issues, pulling in super sub K Frost, will end up sweeping Bruton Parker. But every goal was a one-goal game. And that, like, despite it being a sweep, was a close set. BPC did a good job staying in the race, but Shawnee State did a good job of just staying one step ahead pretty much the whole time. But GG's, K-Frost, dude, thanks for subbing in. I appreciate you. Subs are the real MVPs. Because forfeits, I don't like forfeits. Forfeits mean I have to, like, play ranked on stream or something like that. Oh, yeah. Big shout out indeed. Shout out to you too, Slayer. Thanks for coming back. I know there was no prize pool for this one, but you guys look good. I appreciate, like, the CRL level teams that will come and play in show matches, because there are some out there that will not. And a lot of us know who those are. But glad to see you guys getting some reps in. It's going to be a fun fall semester, whether there's CRL or not. We'll find a way to make it work. Your Shawnee State's guaranteed sub for non-CRL events. Hey, I like it. Everyone needs that. Everyone needs that. All right. We got 20 minutes before Kennesaw State and Clemson are to take the pitch. One more look at the schedule tonight. This is going to be a fun one. Might not be as refined as we got out of Bruton Parker and Shawnee State. But it's going to be a fun one. I can assure you that. Oh, yeah. A lot of teams are chilling out for a couple of weeks. But even during the season, there are teams that will not compete in show matches. But a lot of them will. And I really do appreciate that about our scene. It's awesome seeing how many guys are so passionate and just will play the game to improve with their teammates. It's cool. I love collegiate. I love collegiate so much. All right. I will take you up on that, BK. I'll let you know in a couple of weeks. I will reserve a slot way down the road. I appreciate that. All right. I'm going to let KSU and Clemson know that they can hop in a little early. But in the meantime, I'm going to play one of my Monday Night Lights highlight clips. I might do that Mount Aloysius and Montevallo Game 7 that had like 14 goals. So please enjoy the break. I'll be right back in probably about 15 minutes or so. So don't go too far. But this last series, KSU versus Clemson, it's going to be 2 thumbs up. See you there. And one of those blowouts did allow me to eat a couple of donuts, which I'm happy about. So, thumbs up for me. I hope we're treated to a wonderful Game 7 as well. Let's see it. The teams are ready. We're getting on to Champions Field. Winner take all. All being pride, of course. This is just a show match, but I know for a fact both these teams will be taking these rosters into next season. So barring unforeseen things that I don't know about, this is a preview of hopefully a match to come this season. I wouldn't mind a rematch, honestly. Maybe it's Monday Night Lights. But alright. Oh, I'm an idiot. I don't know. Thank you, Solution. I was thinking, like, the rosters aren't changing because Lego's on the roster as a starter. Talisi's just subbing in because Lego's working. But, yeah. You're right. Hey, either way, Montevallo starting off the scoring, and that is a player that will be on the starting roster. Set up by NK2. Kuno steps up and nails the bottom right. Montevallo finds first blood in Game 7, but Sim has an opportunity to respond immediately. Flicks off the back wall, but NK2 wins the race. Zekers dove in, and now Rupus on low boost has to get back quick, and he commits too much. Thought he had time to get that 100 in the corner, but he was proven swiftly wrong here by Talisi. They put it mid, would have scored it, but Kuno secures it. 2-0. The Falcons of Montevallo find themselves out in front. Bad touch, though. Forward Sib, a good shot on. Rupus, next up, just slams the ball off the back wall. Rupus trying to do more in the offensive zone, but unfortunately could not. Sib, though, that's a beat over the head of NK2, and Mount Aloysius not done just yet. Big beat right there. Sib used everything in the tank to get that shot on and in. But that is a big response for the Mounties. Zekers stepping back. NK2, I thought he was going to do something only NK2 could whip up. Just lets that ball stay center. And NK2 forces a tough touch out of Zekers. Kuno's follow-up is perfect. And Montevallo hit 3 at 3:33. It was destiny that they find themselves up a pair now. As we were only a little bit into Game 7, but that is close to the best start possible for Montevallo. Their offense is executing very well at the moment. NK2 lets that ball be. Gives Zekers a chance to solo. But a strong touch loses him that opportunity to finish the play himself, but he did gain space for Rupus and Sib to work with. So he can really ask for out of a first man. And it results in a goal. Perfect. 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 It's controlled Rocket League from the Mounties. They space apart the Montevallo defense, spread the backline defense thin, and capitalize on a very, very small opening. 3-2. 3 minutes left. The Mounties want more. Let's see the pinch. I'm trying to provide it. Sitting on the 100. Good dodgy demo. And get back, get some revenge here. Bumping Rupus, making him play the ball a little awkwardly. But Rupus finding NK2, opening up a window for Sib. Kuno, though, back in the nick of time. Doesn't find a lot on his defensive touches, but it's enough to stall out the offense of the Mounties. And into a clear and an open net. Montevallo back to a 2-goal lead. We just keep going back and forth as soon as you think the Mounties are gaining momentum. Montevallo will find an opening of their own that they will capitalize on. But off kickoff, okay, that's in. I was taking a second to check the CCS Colorado-Kansas score. And Montevallo concedes on kickoff, just a better cheat. Actually, that was more of a better setup, as the cheats were kind of equal. But Sib got around the demoer. again, the Mounties find themselves within one. Montevallo, though, from this position, have done well, typically, in this game so far. Good clear from Kuno. Won't beat Zekers here, though. So we are just fighting for control of the rock here at the sideline. We'll migrate, though, into the corner, changing the theater of battle as these two teams continue to fight over possession, which it looks like the Mounties have won this battle. Not quite the war, though. Montevallo, nice clear. Khaleesi extends on Kuno's initial touch. Puts it to the back wall. And that's a great finish by NK2. Zekers apologizing in chat. I think he got beat here on the back wall, yeah. I guess not expecting that extra little dink on the rock from Khaleesi. And Montevallo back up by 2. It seems like every time Montevallo wins a sorry, when they go up by 2, they didn't win the kickoff. The Mounties are the ones winning the kickoff immediately after that play. And then they usually get us back to a 1-goal affair. I don't know how it keeps happening, but NK2 missed right there. And it is 5-4 in Game 7. And we still have 80 seconds left. And now NK2 can make it a 2-goal lead again for Montevallo, and he will. What is going on? There was no control in this game defensively for either team. When it's a 1-goal Montevallo lead, Montevallo looks like the best team. When Mount Aloysius is down by 2, they look like the best team. And I don't know how that consistently keeps happening. Because now the Mounties are going to score. Yeah, there it is. All right. We'll just keep that going. And then I guarantee you, before we hit 40 seconds on the clock, Montevallo will have made it 7-5. I'm taking bets. Taking bets in Twitch chat right now. So we'll just sit back and enjoy this short-lived Montevallo 1-goal lead. Because off this kickoff win, it's going to be a dunk right here. Rupus tries to take control. There it is. More possession. Sib's a little awkward, but actually it doesn't go up. I'm surprised about that. The Mounties are just backing off. And Khaleesi's going to go up. It's going to be person center. Just waiting for the ball to leak out. Never really does. Good defense by the Mounties. I was trying to, like, predict the Montevallo goal, but here it is. Okay, there we go. Oh, I was wrong. 6 seconds. That's on me. I said the 40-second mark, but there was 34 seconds left. And Montevallo's back up by 2. So the Mounties will now win this kickoff. And then they will make it 7-6 within the next 20 seconds. Sid plays patiently. Gets it under. Big dunk. Zekers turns. Oh, NK2. Beat the man right there. It's a good demo. Oh, NK2 almost got bumped. Montevallo might actually have this series. 2 goals up in the final 15 seconds. That's a big dunk by NK2. Montevallo center ball. They hit 8 goals in Game 7. How many times do you see more goals scored than games played in the series? They break the trend. And that is GG's. How'd you make that emote so big, Pyro? That's awesome. Well, that was one of the more insane Game 7s I've ever seen. And it keeps going. It's 8-6. What? This is like the, I don't remember which game in the series it was, but when UTK and Michigan State played on Monday Night Lights, and UTK went up 5-0, and then it was like, and then it was 5-5. Michigan State ended up coming back. Oh, Zekers scores on 0 seconds. I thought Mount Aloysius was gonna have a chance to tie us up. Montevallo's going to win in these one of the most. I gotta say, stop saying the most insane Game 7s I've ever watched, because that was crazy. And do we get final stats? No. Aloysius left too early. Fair enough. I'll take the final scoreline. Being absolutely insane. But such is Monday Night Lights. Welcome back to Tuesday Night Lights, number 2 for one last show match. We got Kennesaw State versus Clemson to round off the night. And joining me is my first co-caster of the evening, the only man brave enough or available enough to join me on Tuesday Night Lights, Mr. Sleeper 56. Sleeper, man, how you doing?
It's going well. I'm really excited to be in the casting booth once again. As we talked about pre-show, it's been quite a while since I've been able to do it, so I'm glad to be back and watch some fun Rocket League.
Yeah, Mr. Sleeper here was in a musical, so he had other obligations other than casting, unfortunately. But I'm glad to hear your voice gracing us once again for Clemson versus Kennesaw State. And this is a fun one to round out the night. A little the Southeastern Esports League type of action. This is the KSU B team as well. I probably should specify that in case people think I have subjected Clemson to the torture of playing Flitz and the rest of the CRL level KSU team. But this will be Dylan, and then they're playing with a sub tonight, Night Owl. I don't know who he's filling in for yet, whether it's Joel or Beasticle. But they're playing with a sub, and then Clemson is going to be Canovo, Mesau, and Brody P, as Wheezy broke his collarbone today. So Wheezy, if you are watching this right now to support Clemson, dude, my heart goes out to you. I hope you get a fast recovery, because that sucks. But Wheezy cannot join us tonight. Brody P gets the nod. I know you're somewhat familiar with Clemson Sleeper from their pretty good CCS run back in the summer.
Yeah, they've been pretty decent in CCS. I think they've made the national championship playoff every season that they've been a part of it. So looking to prove themselves here today against another CCS potential roster, potentially one of the more upper echelons of them. As I know, Dylan transferred over from Buds at GSU. They had a pretty good run this past season as well. So we'll see how this Kennesaw State roster looks out here on the pitch against Clemson.
Yeah, I've gotten one glimpse of them, albeit it was with Joel, Beasticle, and Dylan playing together. And they 4-2'd the new look Kentucky roster, which isn't as strong as Kentucky teams have passed, but I mean, it was a sloppy series. At KSU, they had like just a narrow mechanical, narrow chemistry edge, I think, that got them through that best of 7. So I'm interested to see how they play with now Night Owl in the roster. But you're right, I mean, this team could be good. It's the beginning of the season, so we don't know what they're going to look like a month or two from now when we're really in the heat of things. But it's a fun team to watch. I mean, Dylan and Beasticle both have great mechanics. Like, the way I tell this story every time KSU's on my stream, which is one other time, but Beasticle and I went to high school together, so I knew of him before he played Rocket League for KSU. And the way I found out he played was by him winning the second tier of the Peach Belt Conference and then sending me some clips after we started up a conversation. The dude's meching. So, Clemson, if you're listening, you got to stop Beasticle when he's on the ball like that. But, I mean, Mesau's the same. Like, there's a reason Clemson was 7-1 in CCS and the ACC this past summer. They know how to win games.
That's right. Definitely, these rosters will be a little bit of an interesting look, too, because both of them do have a sub for each team. So, I mean, maybe some of that chemistry is not quite there. So, pretty much, Rocket League is a game of millimeters and inches, so I mean, maybe one sub will just slots in just that much better than the other, so we'll have to see how it works out for either of these teams.
Right, and I think this is like a last minute substitution for Clemson as well. But they're a solid roster as well. They've been a deep program for a long time. Brody was on the B team, I believe. There was one season of the SCL where the A team couldn't play on the day of like the last chance qualifier to make it to our LAN, and so the B team, like the full B team, sub in for the full A team, and I believe Brody was on that team. I know Wheezy was, and they end up winning in the last chance qualifier to get their A team to play on LAN. It was one of the greatest moments. So Clemson's got a deep program. Mesau's coming off his freshman year. He was the first freshman in program history to start on the A team in his first semester, and he's since been promoted to the vice president of esports. He's the captain of the Rocket League team. So this guy's passionate. I got Mesau as a guy to look out for just in the collegiate landscape. He's a fun dude to watch as well, as he's fairly mechy, and Canovo in a similar position. It's gonna be a high-flying evening once we do get into this sleep. Right, we're waiting on Kennesaw State to pop in. They're saying there'll be a few minutes, so we get a little podcast action in. But it's we're playing on Forbidden Temple as the last series of the night, so fun map for a fun series.
Yeah, I mean, personally, Forbidden Temple is one of my favorite maps. It's just very nice and chill, and it's got a really good atmosphere for Rocket League, so it'll be a fun one. No championship feel. with that?
No. I put that as the third slot. My primetime slot, where like the big heavy hitters play. That's where I use Champions Field. Although I did have this discussion earlier with Twitch chat. Like, when I think of, I don't know what the right adjective is, but I was trying to rank the maps that have like the most intensity attached to them. Like, Champions Field obviously is going to be the most intense one, just because that's, you know, where the Game 5, Game 7s are played. And then I listed Manfield Night and Neo Tokyo as like my 2 and 3. And I think Utopia Coliseum Dusk is my controversial 4th pick. But I mean, what are your thoughts on this while we do have time while KSU's getting in?
I do think I have to agree with the top 3. I mean,
Sweet.
Champions Field, obviously.
That's the obvious one.
And I mean, Neo Tokyo, that's the map before going to Champions Field. So that's like, you see that and you're like, oh, this is a big game for both teams here. And I mean, after that, I don't really have a preference, but
Okay.
I mean, most of the other maps I think are just like, not necessarily fillers, but they're just cool ones to shuffle through before you get to those heavy hitters.
I feel like maps like Manfield Night and DFH Stadium get a bad rap just because they're always so early in the series. That's when people with short attention spans aren't really paying attention. Maybe Game 1, like DFH Stadium, that's a classic just because it's the original, essentially. And so it gets a bad rap. But Forbidden Temple, I think that one is one that deserves a nod. When they took it out of rotation, it would have been the number 2 map for a while for Game 2. And they took it out of rotation, and I was sad when that happened. Like, I don't know about you, I love Forbidden Temple.
Oh yeah, one of my favorite maps. I'm surprised they took it out.
All right, well, we're stop talking about maps for now. Congratulations, Darth Pepe, another one of those B team member players. Just hit bronze too, so well done, Darth Pepe. Glad you're here supporting your boys as well. But KSU has joined up. I'm waiting on the go-ahead from Clemson, but our final show match of the evening is getting underway. I'm putting them in there. Let's do this thing. Kennesaw State B versus Clemson, and it is Drake, Dylan, and Night Owl. Drake being Beasticle. I don't know if he wanted his IGN or real name here. And they're already conceding, so it's 1-0 Clemson.
Kickoff goal is quite a way to start off the series after waiting for quite a bit to start it. I mean, that's great placement from Brody off of the kickoff. Kicking it right out to Massow, and I mean, Kennesaw just cheated up a little bit too much to get back to that ball.
Let's kick off a little bit better. Kennesaw State's going to find some control here. But Drake is shut down almost immediately. Massow was on top of that play. Clemson, a little bit awkward now with Brody getting beat. Canova could only really play that hard off his back wall. It's a Kennesaw State for a shot that goes off the crossbar and out.
Close look there from Kennesaw. There's still plenty of game time, so they have a chance to get it back, but that would have been a nice way to respond after that kickoff goal. Now packing that orange hat, a little dangerous. Got a little pass and play infield from Brody, a little bit too much towards the goal for it to be anywhere dangerous for Clemson. Now into that corner, kicked out by Kennesaw, and they're holding on here so far.
They are looking for responses. Wow. I mean, both sides have kind of gotten long stints of possession in the first minute. Clemson got maybe 2 or 3, but Kennesaw State's finally starting to generate theirs, though. That one was a bit short-lived. Drake couldn't keep control there in the corner, and Dylan now won't get any control because Massow just stole the boost right out from underneath his nose. That's a great heads-up play, and that's why Massow, I think, is my player to watch in this series. Like, last time they were on Monday Night Lights, they won in Game 7 over Oklahoma Wesleyan, and Massow was the sole reason they won that series. He just stepped up, turned around, I think it was a 3-1 deficit they were in, and just dragged them over the line. And here's Canova taking a shot. Him and Brody combined for that one, but Massow, big on defense there.
Oh yeah, he was causing a nuisance on that defensive line from Kennesaw as well, just trying to allow his teammates to get that ball on target. Never ended up happening, but then that nice recovery from Massow to get back and keep that away from the net, which is why you gotta look out for him. He's been everywhere so far this game, including getting the 1 goal so far this game.
not right there, though, was accurate with the shot. It's a skied ball. Novo missing there. We'll get some space to Drake. He'll take it slow, but a little bit too slow. Canovo recovered and took Drake out as he was trying to solo the rest of the Clemson defense. So attempted right there, but defense is prevailing at the moment. We got our kickoff goal to open up game one, and since then, now at the halfway point of game one, we've seen nothing fall in the back of either net.
Right, both of these teams have started to settle in here. After the chaos of that kickoff goal, they have gotten some both offense and defense. No real very tough looks other than a couple times from Clemson. But these defenses definitely holding strong. Only one goal scored so far. Mass out off the backboard trying to get it center for a teammate, but Night Owl puts a stop to it, sends it back into that orange cap. Now Kennesaw trying to get their offense rolling here. Again, that Clemson defense is just holding on strong, not allowing it to get to the net.
Even the mistouches from Clemson in defense. Like, it gives a little bit more possession to Kennesaw State right now, but the defense is so stacked for the Tigers at the moment. Kennesaw State seems like they're getting close to finding something, but not quite connecting just yet. So this could be it. A full team passing play, starting with Drake getting bumped into the ball. Sets up a back wall read for him, but and then Brody right there. Kennesaw off in the corner, trying to secure Booth that he got looking at the overlay. That'll lead to a counterattack that leaves Night Owl a little awkward there on the far post, but he does well. Put that ball into the corner and slow down a Clemson attack that has gained possession, but not a ton of space in offense just yet.
That's right. Clemson just trying to keep it into that offensive third. Trying to keep them going here. Ooh. Brody with that nice fast shot off the ceiling, and nobody from Kennesaw able to get back in time for that hot shot.
Well, I mean, Darth Pepe in chat announcing he hit bronze too. Brody rocking the bronze tournament winner. He's obviously very good. He flexed it right there with a great shot that got through a Kennesaw State defense that was in position for the most part. Just couldn't handle the heat of that shot, which Dylan is trying to apply right back in the opponent kitchen. But even that is saved by Clemson, and now that ball might just go right in. Dylan's got no boost. Canovo credited with the shot and the goal, and Clemson lead by a trio of goals.
That's just a great 50 challenge there from Canovo. Just puts it right both away from his net and in the opponent's net, and that's kind of what you're looking for whenever you go to challenge the ball. And another kickoff goal here, maybe. Novo trying to get it around Night Owl, but he plays his cards right and is able to stick on defense.
Flip reset of Dylan. That doesn't gain them a ton of space. It's into traffic, but there's no one right there immediately for KSU to do anything with it. And that's a little bit of lack of cohesion. They're going for passing plays, but it's not always as precise as it needs to be for the Owls to actually do damage to Clemson's defense right now. And there, Clemson getting a little miscue of their own, but the rebound there is hefty from Canovo. Great save by Dylan. Not Kennesaw State. I mean, this game's lost, but maybe they can get something going here in the waning moments of game one.
Yeah, at this stage, it's kind of more just getting something going for your team, trying to get that momentum shift, being like, all right, they took this game, but we can take this into the next game and hopefully do a little bit better. But, I mean, we'll have to see what they come up with against this Clemson defense, because they held strong, and either Kennesaw's got to just get rid of that Clemson defense straight up, or they got to do something, be even a little bit more messy to get around that defense.
I think it comes down to the follow-ups, honestly. I mean, the shots weren't terrible for Kennesaw State. They did a good job of penetrating the first layer of Clemson defense. They just didn't have any real follow-ups to their opportunities like Clemson did. I mean, you would see a shot from Clemson, it'd be saved. Kennesaw State's good in defense, but then it's the rebound and then the next opportunity, just wasting Kennesaw State's resources. That really did well for Clemson in that game number one. So we'll see what KSU can do. I'd like to see them maybe play a little bit more aggressive and, I don't know, trust Night Owl as the third man, or I know Dylan and Drake both like to play kind of aggressive in offense. So if Night Owl's effective as a third player back most of the time, then maybe there's something. But Kennesaw State starting off quick, but can't get to the near side, and that was an aggressive dive from Dylan that didn't pan out because Clemson was on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, props to this Clemson defense as well. They've been just shutting down everything. The second that Kennesaw takes their foot off the gas a little bit on offense, they're right there to put it back into that blue half and just completely destroy any momentum that Kennesaw has started to build up. So just like that, Brody's taking it down as well, leaves it for Kennesaw. A little whifty there. Dylan back the other way, up high in the air, has to put it down off the post, and it will go in.
Oh, and he close one in chat as well. I love Dylan. And I got flashbacks as well, though, when that ball glanced off the crossbar. Like, it was an open net. It should be going in, but that was not an easy shot for Dylan to put in. And I got those flashbacks to when Drake sent him a missile at the Clemson net. I think it would have tied the game in game one at one apiece, but he claimed it off the crossbar, and we know what happened the rest of that first game. But there we go. Dylan got it on frame. The Owls are off and running now in game two.
Yeah, finally getting their opening goal of the series. That could open the floodgates here for this Kennesaw offense. Sometimes it's a little bit of a mental block, and once you get that first one, then you're like, oh, we got this. But we'll have to see as the game continues. That's water falling down, and Massow is there to put it in.
And you can see that beginning the entire play. As soon as Massow clears that into space and Brody's just there to follow it up, I saw no one on the back wall for KSU, and I was like, they're either going to have to make a great read on the waterfall down or they're screwed. And it was the latter. They couldn't make that read. And Massow just was right there. I think he knew it too. And so it's an easy answer out of the Tigers. And now maybe one more. Now Dylan got through Kennesaw after Kennesaw blew his teammate up, and Kennesaw taking advantage of Clemson putting too many eggs in one basket.
Yeah, they tried pushing up a little bit too much. That touch from Brody went straight to Dylan, though, and nice, quick, easy turnaround counterattack for KSU. Puts their team back up on top of the scoreboard.
Good answer. It's a good answer from the Owls. And Clemson, now it's their turn to try and find a response to the newly regained lead at Kennesaw State. Instead, it gave Dylan almost a little bit too much room there in the sky, but they end up finding the touch they need. Drake for Dylan mid, but he's forced backwards. Claims 100 boost off the midfield line, and I couldn't tell if he got a flip right there. It looked like he was eyeing going back after that ball, but decided to let Drake and Night Owl do their work in defense, and effective. It's just Night Owl doing that work, but clear is found, and Drake now called into action. Got the ball as far as Kennesaw, and Dylan will finally end that defensive stick with a hefty clear to the corner.
Yeah, putting them right back on offense. That's water falling down. Kennesaw is there to put it into the corner in the meantime, though. Running a little bit low on boost here, though. Say the Clemson defense is running a little low on boost. Doesn't matter, though. Even with the misplay causing the ball to go all the way back. Dylan pops it high off the ceiling, bounces just around the defender. Drake puts that one through, and now KSU has gotten themselves a 2-goal lead here.
That is such a collegiate Rocket League play right there. I thought Drake had missed that, and I didn't realize Dylan was back, and they end up scoring off the back of what almost looked like disaster, and then, well, more Rocket League plays. They score themselves into a 2-goal lead, and Clemson take that 2-goal lead right away again. That's a wonderful passing play. Heads up play from Brody to stick around there as the third man, and it paid off. 3-2.
Yeah, good play to not be selfish there as well and just try and take the shot yourself. Probably would have had a couple more defenders in position if he had tried to take that one instead of passing it out. Able to come away with a goal out of it. I mean, that's the important thing, is that your team is scoring goals. Kennesaw trying to get a flip reset. Not able to do so. Good touch there from Massow to keep that one away from the net. Now Brody trying to look for a counterattack here. Still down by 1 goal. That ball pops to him, but was not expecting the misplay from Dylan there on that back wall. Tigers trying to get through to that net, but this Owls defense is starting to hold strong here, keeping it more towards the side of the pitch here.
Both shades, though. Clemson have come close a couple of times now, leveling up the series. Leveling up the game. They would be level up the series. They take this one. Kennesaw State looking to get on the board for their first time in the best of 7. But Clemson looking hungry. Canovo has some space to shoot and tested. Night Owl, who passed with flying colors there on the Kennesaw State goal line.
Such a great save just on that goal line. Barely able to put that ball out. I think it even popped off the post after he saved that one. Pass out, looking for the follow-up. Night Owl again is there to keep it out of the net, keeping them in the lead by just 1 goal, but less than a minute remaining here. Tigers are still looking to pounce. I have the game as it pops out for Drake.
Oh, my
Little
word.
sidestep, and now it will finally go in for the Owls.
Okay, that was... It's got stranger. It was so strange upfield, and then the replay showed Masau, was that half flipping into Dylan back? I don't know what that was. What an odd open net hit, but the goal does count regardless of how weird it was. Kennesaw State put themselves back up by 2, and Clemson now have it all to do in the final 30 seconds, and Drake just came up big with that touch-in defense. Stop Clemson for a moment, and Night Owl will keep the stoppage going. Great work on the KSU goal line.
Brody is trying to fly in there to put that one in off of the redirect from that Kennesaw defense, but was not able to come away with the touch. And now Tigers are having to work on defense. That one's getting close. Night Owl with the 0-degree angle will put that one into the net as well. And how about 1 cushion goal? Why not just get 2 as well?
I'll take it. With 9 seconds left, I mean, that has to wrap up game number 2 right here. Kennesaw State will, barring an unfortunate miracle for them on the Clemson side, will take game 2 and tie us up. And, I mean, they look so much better. I guess game 1's a warm-up game for the Owls, and fair enough. That's why we play best of 7s. I love when teams are warmed up for the full extent of the series. They got time to adjust, really find a rhythm, which Kennesaw State did there.
Yeah, I mean, anytime that Clemson tried crawling back into the game, I mean, the Owls just kept putting more goals right into the back of the net and stopping any momentum that Clemson had going.
And for my keen viewers in chat, you will have noticed the longest name you will ever see just join the lobby. Beautiful, humongous Vanilla King is Joel, and he'll be joining, I believe, Dylan and Drake, as that is the starting lineup they played with against Kentucky last month when they competed on Monday Night Lights. So I think KSU's about to be back at full strength, and if they just won that game 5-2 with Night Owl still in the rotation, then Clemson better level up their game here as well.
That's right. I mean, that's such a wonderful name, first of all. How can you not love that? But we'll have to see just how these rotations and chemistry with the Kennesaw Owls is working here after playing 2 games with the sub Night Owl and starting to find some chemistry with that, getting some things working. They're just going to have to make those slight readjustments as well. Maybe take just a minute or 2, maybe half a game to rework their strategy back in with Joel to find that rhythm once again.
And as Night Owl goes out, I do want to mention, I don't think I talked about it on stream yet, but it's so cool to have your IGN be the same, I guess, Owl team as your mascot. Like, play for the KSU Owls, you are the Night Owl. Like, the esports team has some awesome marketing opportunities there with Night Owl. But Joel is back in, and we're tied. I think it's a fairly lateral move. I was impressed with Night Owl. Like, from what Joel looked like last time, playing for KSU against Kentucky, Night Owl looked like he slotted in fairly well. And so I think KSU will stay about the same. Clemson obviously do need to improve, having just lost last game by 3 goals, but their offense is producing as well. It's just a matter of KSU stopping nearly everything, or the woodwork also getting involved on occasion.
Yeah, and that KSU defense showing right there. That was a close passing play from the Tigers there towards the KSU net, but I mean, Joel put a stop to it before it could even get close enough to be counted as a shot. They put it right back onto that orange half, and now we're trying to get some offense going here, trying to put that pressure on. Attack here from the Tigers. Puts it out to Canovo. Shot on. Drake is right in position. There's a lot of demos happening right now. I just cannot keep up with it all.
Kennesaw taking out Drake to give Clemson a little bit more breathing room there in offense, but Kennesaw going to suffocate the defense a little bit. In fact, he gave Joel an opportunity to take first blood of game 3, but crossbar again is not on KSU's side at the moment. And that follow-up ball from Dylan is no good. It's too light. It's saved, but would take out the last man for Clemson. It got precarious for a moment. The Tigers do survive and counter with a softball that just trickles on in. 1-0 Clemson. It doesn't always have to be a missile on target to work.
Hey, sometimes when you're practicing on defense, all you practice is those fast shots. Suddenly a slow ball, little knuckleballer goes towards your net and you don't know what to do. I mean, from the looks of how the defense was setting up there on the Owls, they were expecting a fast shot to come out from Kennesaw, but then the slow roller sent towards the net, they were caught off guard, and that one found its way into the net.
Brody threw a couple KSU defenders there in the corner. We'll try again actually in the opposite corner, going off the ceiling, dropping that ball backwards. And Dylan, I think the Clemson player might have committed for that. Almost gave Kennesaw a free chance to shoot. Dangerous there. Kennesaw State in a weird position at the moment with Clemson. All the agency in offense, though. KSU on the goal line doing fairly well, getting back for whatever shot Clemson is putting on. Finally, they get their big challenge win to clear the zone, give Drake a 1v1 where he beats the last man, kisses the crossbar, and ties up the game.
At this point, I think the crossbar is just flipping a coin for this Kennesaw offense. I mean, 50-50. They've hit 4 into the crossbar. 2 have gone in and 2 have gone out, so sometimes they're getting lucky, sometimes they're just flipping tails, so we'll have to see how that continues out throughout the game. But they were finally able to find that even up goal with 1.5 minutes remaining in game number 3 here. I had series as well, so really close match between these two teams. They've been able to pace each other throughout the series so far, and Dylan will be able to sneak that one through that Clemson defense for Kennesaw to take the lead.
72 miles per hour. That ball came off of Canovo's car, and I mean, he just had to react. Like that had to be a jump scare as Kennesaw State got that on target ASAP. Well done by Dylan. They put it on target. And Kennesaw State now in the lead with about 60 seconds left, but Brody couldn't put in the open net as he was demoed, but in demoing Brody, unfortunately, Joel had to put it off his own post, and Kennesaw was there for the finish. 2-2. What a game.
Yeah, this is just a game of millimeters, I tell you. This one definitely is. That one bouncing off the post directly over to where Kennesaw started to streak in there. I mean, he saw his teammate get demoed. He's like, all right, I got to try something here. And, I mean, it worked out for him. Kennesaw now trying to get that offense going again. Kennesaw putting a stop to it. No boost to follow it up. Bounces off the backboard over to Brody on the other side. A little bunching up here from the Tigers. I'll Drake take it down to the other side. Demos one. Dylan trying to put it center. Joel taking the control. Can't get it around Massow. Now Brody trying to get the clear. Picked up some boost and keeps it in that orange half though.
Oh, and Dylan has just scored with 19 seconds left. It's another challenge taken by the newest Owl, and that's just a dunk. He stripped Massow of ball privileges right there and put in the go-ahead goal with 20 seconds to go. Kennesaw State more clutch in the late game.
Yeah, the way he just popped off that ceiling ended up right in front of Massow, who was trying to take it a little slower. I mean, maybe he could have not even expected Dylan to jump down like that as Kennesaw tries sneaking one in, but that defense holds a little bit too strong as time runs out. That's going towards the net, and Dylan will get one for the road here to put them up to a 2-goal victory.
Well, the scoreline, I don't think, gives an accurate display of what that game looked like. Clemson was right there the whole time, and it took late game heroics from Dylan to get Kennesaw State over the line there, and now string together 2 games in a row. It's tight right now. These two teams are a great match for one another, but KSU at the moment just a little bit more clutch, and they're held Clemson in check just a little bit more than in game 2, and it worked to their benefit.
Yeah. I mean, Kennesaw was able to hold on and keep pace with Clemson throughout the entire game, and I mean, when it mattered most, Dylan decided to finally break out and score a couple goals off rip, and I mean, hey, sometimes that's all you need is just to hold on for long enough and then just pop off when they can't ever come back.
All right, Clemson got to come back here. They'll face a Kennesaw State on match points in the next game. Kennesaw State, they are fiending for that match point here. Off kickoff, a couple of chances. Fighting in this corner, though, and get through Clemson. Great will. Flip reset and found. Dunk. Novo there on the near side, but some control there off the back wall that he lost. A little uncharacteristic, but no harm done. Kennesaw State are forced back for a moment. Drake is given a chance to double tap, and so close to brilliance. Kennesaw State will have to be happy with no goals in the first 40 seconds.
That was a good challenge there from Brody, keeping that ball in front of him, putting it into that blue half a little bit more, but able to pop it out. Now here are the Owls, and they're able to get back to their own half with a little bit of ball control here, getting it around 1. Popped in the midfield, though. Now Massa is trying to get his team going. For Brody, going to be center. Drake going to be getting that easy clear out, though, to the midfield. Now Canova going to try something here off the backboard. Low angle, not able to find it. Would have been dangerous. All 3 of the Kennesaw Owl members were sitting flat-footed in that goal there. As it pops out now back to that orange back line.
Oh, is there on the back? Joel's been beaten. Brody sets up Canova for a shot, and Joel got back. Dylan got that save. What a block on the goal line. Kennesaw State, brilliance to keep us tied up. And I mean, both teams have had their chances so far in this one, but defense is coming up big. The woodwork coming up big, and now Brody has to rush back in defense, but he cuts back, pickpockets that Kennesaw State counterattack. That keeps Clemson playing offense and nearly scoring another, but Joel and Dylan on the goal line are racking up saves at the moment.
Yeah, this Clemson offense is just being a little bit too passive on those follow-up shots against this Kennesaw Owls defense. I mean, that one that Joel barely touched just to keep it out of the net, but still in front of the goal line. There's no Clemson Tigers members to follow that up, so Dylan was able to get the final save out, and now they look to be back on offense once again, trying to get something in themselves, have the game gone off the clock, and it's still a 0-0 game here.
Under boost Drake, which is Canovo. Drake wins that one, but against Maysow, follow-up challenger for Clemson. Will be unsuccessful at getting Kennesaw State into offense. Dylan off the sidewall, it does so for a moment, but Maysow demoing Dylan, and now Canovo bullying people down the sideline. Kennesaw State will play some more defense, add more saves to their ever so increasing pile of blocks on the goal line. That's the 5th for the Owls. Dylan's got a trio of them. And no more at the moment. Necessary as Drake clears, and he has slotted an open net. Where was Clemson right there?
They were just pushed up a little bit too much, just trying to wiggle their way around that defense of the Kennesaw Owls, and Drake was able to come away with a quick, easy goal off of it, almost putting it off of the post, but able to have it roll into the net, and now the Owls are up by 1 goal here, minute 45 left on the clock, and we finally have our first goal.
Looking for a second as well. Novo on top of it. Oh no, free-flipping in the way! Oh. Almost! Maysow forcing an own goal, but I'm impressed. I think that was Joel that was on top of the situation and had his teammates back. ran across the goal line to find a save. And now it's Drake low on boost, not exactly running, but on the goal line, he'll find the save he needed to. Another one in store. You bet. Dylan up top in the net, coming up clutch on the goal line. KSU fighting for their lives in defense, but they're keeping them.
I don't know. Oh, no! Just as we praised that Kennesaw defense, a little misflip from Drake there, and Brody will get a goal for the Tigers to tie that one up. But I don't know how that shot earlier did not go in. That was a fast shot from, I believe it was Kennesaw, and then whoever got that demo on the defender. I mean, I thought it was a done deal there, but then Joel just dived in from the other side of the net to get that save. I mean, in the end, though, Clemson did end up finding their goal to tie up the game, and they almost got another one right there to take the lead, but just barely saved away again as this Kennesaw defense now looks to transition on the offense and get something going there, as they've been doing such a good job on defense, but at the cost of the offense that they've been able to produce this series so far.
Dylan almost found another late game winner. It's a great save by Masau, though. Keep us tied up with 15 left to play. Now Dylan can't react to that missile of a pass quite fast enough to put a shot on target. It's a clear for Clemson, putting Joel in an awkward spot. It's a 1-2-3 essentially. Masau an opportunity to win it in regulation. He'll drop the shot down and in. The series has been tied by Clemson late in game 4. Clutch from the captain.
So having a little bit of late game heroics himself, getting that wonderful save on the defensive end, and then having that transition, it's granted a little bit slowly, but transition onto offense, and then eventually getting that lobbed up ball straight to him and able to put that one just past Drake, who was playing a little bit too fast, just trying to get back and save that one, but couldn't compensate for the shot that Masau took.
Great finish to a wonderful defensive performance by Kennesaw State. Unfortunately, the great finish came on the opposite end of the stick. Clemson, they had a ton of pressure, hence the amount of saves that the Owls were racking up, but that last pesky second, it doesn't show up on the clock, but it can change the complexion of series. In a best-of-7 set that felt like it was going Kennesaw State's way for a while there, now might have just shifted just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, after taking the game in the last game and not even scoring until I believe it was like a minute left in the game, instantly scoring here with 10 seconds off of the clock this time. They're Clemson offense trying to get something going and they're starting to break down that Kennesaw defense here.
Ooh, Trey can dodge a bump and find a save. A team bump as well, open things up. Kennesaw State there in transition, but Masau, whether intentional or not, timed his rotation back perfectly to get behind the initial up-front bumper, but still in front of the ball. Now Kennesaw trying to take a shot at another one. Clemson's sole goal so far. Can't get it. Now Masau's missed on the back wall, but Kennesaw has his back.
Yeah, there's been a couple times where we've seen Kennesaw have a pretty open lane to get towards the net on the other side, but they just take it a little bit too slow, which allows Clemson to get back in time to keep it away and out of the net. Novo just takes his time, takes some control. Good shot from Dylan, though. Follow-up from Joel is just not good enough to put that one in. Drake trying to keep it dangerous for that Kennesaw offense. Ball floating back, Dylan able to keep it out. So, put it up to Brody off the back wall. Good touch there from Dylan, I believe that was to just not even let it cross that goal line. And now Kennesaw, they're trying to get their offense rolling once again.
They're not allowed, though. That back wall closed by Clemson's defense, and now pass mid has forced 2 Owls up in the air, which would be good in most contexts, but not quite here. Clemson allowed a little bit more space in offense, and it's taken away. Good recovery by Kennesaw State out of that double commit. Transition into offense, take a high shot, and there is no follow-up. Drake, he had a lot of boost, but just didn't feel comfortable committing with Dylan and Joel, both pushed up in offense already. So Kennesaw State played the long game here. We'll see if that pays off with them taking neutral 50-50s, waiting for their big moment on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, they are keeping it on that offensive third, and just as I speak, Massow is able to get that clear out. Now, if there's one thing you don't want, it's me talking about how good your team is doing or praising your team for anything, because then it instantly goes away. Happens in every sport I watch, whether it be baseball or Rocket League. It just happens.
Yeah.
I have a natural caster curse. What can I say?
Well, hopefully you keep it neutral here, as this is as close as it gets. Tied 2-2 in the series, with Kennesaw State now tying us up 1-1 in Game 5. That's nice from Joel. He just zoned Brody off that play, moving down the pitch, and got shot from Dylan. I mean, simple, right on target. It's a worm burner, but it's effective when you consider what's happening off the play. Wonderfully done. We are level once again with 2 minutes left.
I mean, when you're Brody, what can you do? I mean, he was just getting bullied on his way back to try and get to that ball, and the rest of his team was just up a little bit too much after trying to push on offense. And now it's tie game, minute 45 left, and Brody sneaks a shot under that crossbar, and now puts Clemson up again by 1 goal here.
That's a clean shot by Brody. Get up that so quickly and then have that much power on just an air roll shot. Well done. He redeemed himself for getting bested by the KSU counterattack offense on the last play. And Kennesaw State trying to do the same now, putting some pressure on Massow. Corner. We'll get through Canova. One more touch. No, not quite. Came into contact with Brody, but until after Brody had found a much-needed touch defensively. Clemson, though, Joel steals the ball back, tried to slow play it to the near side. That doesn't work. Kennesaw State have to play backwards now as they pushed up a bit too far.
Yeah, that almost looked like people crashing the net after a penalty kickoff there. You saw, I believe, was that Dylan in the corner there?
I think so.
Either way. I mean, after the camera shifted back towards the center of the pitch, it was just a line of cars rushing back towards the net, and Drake will rush that ball towards the Clemson net and get a goal here for the Owls and tying the game up once again.
All right, used all his boost resources, but a demo out in front gives Drake an open net. And again, I mean, Kennesaw State in the final 2 minutes to 90 seconds of games have been brilliant so far in this series, and they're only tied right now with 50 left to play. We could see overtime if they do something now, but regardless, Kennesaw State just will not go away. Clemson have to be so annoyed playing this Owls roster, who now have a good chance to take a lead. We're under 45 seconds here in Game 5, but Clemson has just flipped the field. That is a crazy powerful shot by Massow. And Brody was trying to get Canovo involved with the pass across, which could have worked, but it's Massow ultimately setting up more offense. Canovo off the back wall, flip reset, gets back to it, but Brody has the finishing say in that play. 3-2, and it's with 19 seconds left, just like when KSU scored in the last game. Clemson throwing it right back in their face.
Yeah, Canovo just off of that back wall, taking it very slowly down, allows Brody to just crash the net there and catch that defense off guard with such a powerful shot from up close. And it's dangerous for Clemson once again, trying to get one more for the road as the time starts counting down.
No, to win.
Dylan pass center for Joel, and that one will find its way in 3-3 with 3 seconds left on the clock.
Wow. There's that annoying Owls team showing itself again. Clutch from Dylan and Joel, piecing together a passing play. Dylan's field vision to not try to go for that open net himself, but to use a teammate is wonderful. And now overtime looking very likely. Unless KSU do something here. Drake's in on 0 seconds and couldn't put that shot on. He had a defender in his face. It's tough to do, but an opportunity gone by the wayside. Will that come back to haunt KSU at the beginning of overtime? Not quite, as Joel finds a nice save to at least keep us playing Game 5 a little bit longer. And Massow? Okay, That's scary for Kennesaw State, but they get the job done.
Able to just barely scrape by on defense that time. I mean, that's all you really need to keep the ball out of the net at the very least. They got to try and find some transition work here, though, trying to get that offense pumping once again. Look for that offensive momentum to just put right back onto their side. They haven't really been able to get offense going here after the kickoff. A little bit dangerous, but Nassau able to take it high. Has that flip, tries putting it on, but Joel is there to get the save and then just gets demoed out of the way, albeit a little bit too late for if you're on that Clemson team.
Side, very slow on boost, and he's just missed. That's open. Canovo slots it. Oh no! Disaster for Kennesaw State, and you could see him briefly frozen on the pitch. After he missed that, Drake knew that was the game. It's not the series just yet, but Clemson has now moved to match point. They got sent to overtime after maybe thinking they had won it with 20 seconds left, but they got the job done. It's 3-2 Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such a good job to stay in it. I mean, if you're both teams, Kennesaw just always kept finding that last goal to keep themselves either tied or only one goal behind. But Clemson, at the end of the day, they just kept that scoring going, and they were finally able to get that last game winner in overtime to push themselves, as you said, to match point. And we'll have to see how Kennesaw responds here after that game. Are they able to just break out here, or just keep it to another very close game once again?
Well, I do want to note, the first player on the field, as we all loaded back into the lobby, was Drake. And, I mean, you give up a mistake like that to maybe cost your team a series. It's a show match. It's not of massive consequence. But these guys are competitors. They don't want to be in that kind of position. And down the lane is Dylan and Joel already on the board for Kennesaw State. And that's the kind of having your teammates back. You know, you lose one game. I know for a fact Dylan was saying, don't worry about it. We're all good. And he and Joel back it up right there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great way to get yourself back into the series after a loss in overtime like that, and to instantly come away with another goal here and almost getting a second, but Novo able to get back on defense in time. I mean, like we've been saying all series, these have been really close games, apart from maybe the first couple score-wise, but I mean, they were still really close until the last few seconds when it just all started to break out. But these teams have just been real evenly matched this series, and it's really shown in their play and in the scoreline. And Dylan, he doesn't want it to be close. He just wants to keep the scoring going here for the Owls. Good play there with Joel to get that pinch around the defender, and they will now take a 2-goal lead.
What a play! I mean, that's electric from the Kennesaw State offense. My word. Joel and Dylan bodying the Clemson defense. And now on the backside of things, they'll have to defend, but Dylan's right there. He is all over the place for Kennesaw State. 300 points in the first minute 15. And it's Joel as well collecting pads, trying to set up Dylan. Looked like cutting back on that ball, but Clemson with a bit of work to do if they do want to close out this best of 7 in 6 games of Kennesaw State. They've come out in Game 6 with some kind of fervor.
Yeah, they want to stay in it. They want to at least bring it to that Game 7 and win that whole thing. Win the whole show match, if you will. And Nassau shot down the other way, and that's a good goal line demo there from Novo to just make that an open net, and they will put this game back within 1.
Canova, I don't know if he realized Mesa was going to win that challenge outright and then turned for the demo, if he was just headhunting from the get-go. But either way, great off-ball play from Canova to open things up. Mesa did the rest. Kennesaw State, Joel and Dylan, they've been effective so far. I would trust them. I'd bet on them to get an answer back immediately here. And they missed out there, so if I'm placing the bet now, I've already lost money. But regardless, it's Joel and Drake combining for a play that goes off the post and will just keep Kennesaw State in the lead by a single goal for now.
Yeah, I mean, back and forth. some real good opportunities for both of these teams, mainly for Kennesaw. That one just barely bouncing off that post. Right back out as Clemson looks to take control of offense once again. Trying to push a second goal through here to tie up the game. Kennesaw able to push it back out to the midfield in the meantime. Good pass center from Brody, but just over the head of Canovo. Now trying to put it center once again. Stays in the corner. We got a rule one over on the wall. Almost gets bumped out of it, but not quite. We got a 2v2 here for a little bit. Dylan trying to push it out. That just has to beat Massow. Tries to bump him, but Massow stays calm and collected and is able to push that one out. Now Brody, full boost to work with, but Joel is there to put a stop to it, almost getting the double as Dylan misplayed it, but not quite.
Was that in? Oh, it ends our 2v2. Massow off the side wall. We got a lovely view of that Rule 1, but Joel, he didn't have boost to quickly follow up that hard touch, and Massow took full advantage. We're tied up. Clemson win the Rule 1.
Tie game here. Kennesaw, they came out storming off of the first kickoff of this game here, but since then they've started to cool down a little bit, and Clemson has been able to come away with a couple cheeky goals of their own. Dylan trying to get that offense for Kennesaw rolling once again. Going to be put out to the side wall. Drake trying to get something going here for that Kennesaw offense. Clemson is there every step of the way to put it away, to stop it from being anywhere near dangerous.
Masow's got no boost here. This is a chance for Kennesaw State, and Joel realized it. Now, Massow low on boost, had to give the ball to Dylan, and that's wonderful awareness by Kennesaw State right there, taking advantage of that ball from Massow. That's all he could do with it, was put it mid right there with the awkward bounce in the corner, and after that, the Owls swooped in. And now, again, in the final minute, they take a lead. It's up to Clemson to tie things up again.
Yeah, Clemson got one of their own earlier in the game, but then Dylan right there getting a little curveball of his own, push one through. Canovo trying to get some mechanics to get a goal for the Tigers once again, but that ball just barely goes out, and he'll have to start back from his own corner with no boost to work with. Joel is there to meet him. Good little double from Brody there to push it through the corner a little bit more, but
no way.
Clemson offense is working with a little boost, but Massow, boost enough to work with, just comes in and dunks over Drake there, who's just trying to read it off that back wall, not sure where it was going to bounce. Looked like it could have bounced off the post and made an awkward bounce as well, but Massow just one step ahead of him and is able to tie up the game once again. So
many late goals in this one. Unbelievable so far. Kennesaw State still with work to do to force Game 7. Drake, center of the ball by way of a Clemson defender, but Brody B is the third man. Clutch to get the ball away, as that could have been dangerous for Clemson, as this one is now for the Kennesaw State defense. They find a way out, and it's open. Oh no, Canovo! He misread the sidewall bounce, and Dylan slots an open net. Kennesaw State might have just forced Game 7.
5 seconds on the clock. I mean, Clemson could get one here. Did it in game number 1 off of a kickoff goal, at least in the first few seconds of the game.
Oh?
Still in the air. Brody will not get a touch on that one, and we have game number 7.
I can't believe we've gotten 2 Game 7s in one night. That never happens on my stream ever. But Kennesaw State, Clemson, they're providing pure entertainment, just like FIU and Mount Aloysius did earlier in the evening. But look at Dylan's stat line, and Masow's too for that matter. 4 for 5, 3 for 4. Dylan, I mean, he had a Texas-sized hat trick to get his team over the line, and I'll only briefly talk about Drake on 73 points. He's got to recover quickly for Game 7, but Joel and Dylan did so much work. I mean, Joel was dishing with 3 assists out there as well to get us this far in the series, and now they got to do it just one more time.
The story of this series has been, if you come to watch the first 3 minutes of the game, you won't find much entertainment.
Yeah.
But those last 2 of each one, that's been where most of the chaos has happened. It's just been scoring after scoring in those last 2, and more specifically, even that last 1 minute of the game. It's just so back and forth. You never really know who's going to win until one starts scoring in that last minute there.
Clemson looking like they want to score first here with Dylan being punched around on the goal line, but he gets out and is looking dangerous. Dunk here, puts the ball mid. Drake could pounce on it before Masau could. Hangs around with a decently full boost tank to see what he can do in the corner, but nothing comes of that play. Clemson find a way out into a passing lane as well that somehow Drake got in the middle of, and it doesn't matter. A demo on the last man gives Kennesaw a free lane to net. It's 1-0 Clemson.
I mean, Masau sees that Drake got the block to keep it in the midfield. He said, oh well, and then just goes and hunts a demo, and Kennesaw comes away with a goal. I mean, just instantly there for his teammate after that, and Masau just hunts another demo right off kickoff there. Masau is loving these demos, but it doesn't matter to Drake either, as he will find one to sneak into the top right corner of the net and tie this game up.
Great pass from Dylan, but great speed from Drake right there. He had to hop up quick to beat the defender to that ball and not allow a single touch on it, but he got it. Goal for KSU ties us up. And Game 7 continues to deliver just like the rest of this series has. Drake over towards Dylan. He'll get to the back wall. This could be a pass to Joel, but this time Kennesaw does get a touch on the ball for Clemson as the goal line defender will keep tied for now.
Right, Masau trying to keep it, pops it up for Kennesaw off the 50. Joel with a great touch there, keeping it out of the net. Brody trying to get the follow-up, will come away with a demo instead. Now Kennesaw trying to hunt one. Not get it on target. Kennesaw Owls, they're holding on defense. Now they're just trying to break out, but Clemson doesn't want them to go any further than their own half. Everybody's pushed up from Clemson a little bit too much. Drake, no boost to get there though, and Clemson is able to recover and keep that out of their net. It's still a tie game here.
I'm glad no one scored right there. I apologize for the screen quality dropping there for a second. I think my internet had a blip right there, but it's the first couple of minutes of a game between Kennesaw State and Clemson. So, like you said, Sleeper, we're good. No one scoring outside of the first 2 goals we've gotten so far. Well, Drake playing footsie there on the side wall with Masau, keeping that ball stationary, just feeding into that narrative, though. We need to turn that around. Double commit force out of KSU, but Drake's double. They're off the ceiling. Pulls a mistake out of Clemson, and that could have been dangerous if Kennesaw wasn't as solid as he is on the goal line. He'll clear the zone, set up Masau for a light touch to the back wall, and drag 2 out of defense again for KSU. That's a slot from Brody. And like Darth Pepe's been saying, the P stands for placement. Tuck that under the crossbar, and Clemson leads.
This entire play there was just placement, placement, placement. That pass from Kennesaw over to Brody was just so clean. Just it barely went over the defender, and then that shot as well, barely into that net. As Brody now just trying to take one through the skies to get one in. Masau with the slow lobber towards the net, just under the crossbar, and again, just barely over the defender of Joel.
He almost got back to that. Like a little bit more boost, just a 1/10 of a second in a better position. He probably would have saved that, kept Clemson at 2, but now it's becoming a bit dire for Kennesaw State, though I will admit, I didn't get to get out of my mouth that a lesser me would have counted them out a little bit by now, but KSU and their ability to respond after going down to Clemson late in games, middle of games, beginning of games, it doesn't matter. They've got that ability to come back here. That's just something Dylan brings to any team that he's playing for. And there's one of the 2 KSU needs. This could be the second as Drake dunks that ball on target, but Brody is there in time.
That's right. I mean, You really can't count anybody out in this series. There's been comebacks after comebacks this entire 7-game series, and Clemson trying to get another cushion goal for themselves here, but Kennesaw trying to tie up the game as well. Dylan off the top of the ceiling over to Drake, puts it top left, just can't get it in, and we'll have it bounce off of that crossbar. And if there's been one bane for the Owls on offense so far, it's been hitting off of the crossbar. Sometimes it's worked, but most of the time it has not.
Wrong side of the coin there for KSU in that instance. They needed an equalizer. 75 seconds left just to force overtime. And that's an opportunity now for Mesau. He'll lob a ball on target that Dylan's back for on the initial touch, and he just followed it up nicely as well. No boost though. Take that from the sidewall, and now KSU is all kinds of scrambled, but Mesau gone all the way back as the third man, leaving Drake some space. So he does hang back and capitalizes on the patience at the very least. He couldn't keep possession for Clemson, but got the save they needed to keep their 1-goal lead intact.
That's right. I mean, it's been so close here. Kennesaw have just been trying to pound something through, but that midfield from Clemson now has really shored up here in this last minute of gameplay. They are not allowing anything through, and that one just bounces back out to the blue half.
We missed? No way. No way. Is that in?
Oh, he's able to get there. Just barely popping it into the crossbar. Now Dylan with the follow-up. Mesau is there with the save. Clemson holding on by shoestrings here. Lobbing it up once more. Drake keeps it up, but they have to get it to the other side. No more time to work with. Joel able to keep it up. Dylan's high. Not a lot of boost to work with on the side of the Owls, though. That one falls quickly. Drake keeps it up.
Boost.
Dylan has boost to work with. Kennesaw puts a stop to it. Joel, no more, and that touches the ground.
Oh my word. Clemson, by a margin of centimeters, millimeters, somewhere in that range, will squeak out a win on Tuesday Night Lights over Kennesaw State. What a series. Again, it didn't go to Game 7 overtime, but that's about as close as a set that you can get that doesn't go to Game 7 overtime. Unbelievable resilience from both teams. KSU for sticking around a lot of the time. Clemson for sticking around a lot of the time. You never know who was going to win a game until that ball touched the dirt on 0 seconds, and in some cases in overtime. Congrats to Clemson for taking that hard-fought series, and for Kennesaw State as well. I mean, playing with a sub at the beginning, Night Owl did phenomenally well, and then you bring Joel in for the rest of the series, and it's just as close. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, that was as back and forth as it could get. There wasn't really any team that won multiple games in a row, aside from Clemson winning 2 in the middle there, I believe. I don't even remember, but there's just so many close games. I believe every single game other than the first 2 were essentially 1-goal games, other than maybe Dylan scoring a 0-second goal for fun.
Yeah, I don't count that. That 4-2 that KSU got, I don't count that. That was 5 out of 7 1-goal games all the way through, and a perfect way to cap off what has been a phenomenal Tuesday Night Lights. Thank you all for watching. This has been an extremely entertaining night of show matches, and this Saturday we got more show matches at the high school level. My high school showcase will be taking place similar time, more than likely starting at 6 EST instead of 7 like typical. We got a lot of teams playing that evening, so make sure you're there as well. Drop a follow to keep up to date with my collegiate streams, my high school streams now as well, and just to support as well. But thank you all for watching. That was a lot of fun, and I'm going to toss a raid someone else's way, so stick around just a little bit longer to go support someone. Let's see. Danger Talk goes live. We're going to go raid him. But Sleeper, dude, thanks for joining me for that last series. That was a blast.
Yeah, thanks for having me once again. I'm glad I'm able to be back in this seat, I should say, and being able to cast some games again, especially with you. It's always a blast on either Monday or Tuesday Night Lights. They've always been such good games, and I'm just glad to be back.
All right. Well, hopefully you're back for more, back for good as the fall season is really getting underway. These teams looking good for the fall semester. But that's all I got for you guys tonight. Thank you again for tuning in, to all the players for play, and everybody that helped put this show on. I've been Mr. Bepic, and I'll catch you later. Enjoy Taco Stream. Say hi to him for me.